in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, for Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Members, in keeping with the standing orders, there's not a quorum, we will have to suspend for 5 minutes.
It is standing orders. The Speaker can ask the Sergeant of Arms to go and get members who are in the precinct.
I can only request the presence.
Well, ask them to ask him to return to the chamber as Speaker of the House. That's what the standing orders provide for.
Please ask
ask him to return to the chamber. Tell him to read his standing orders before he walks out.
With the arrival of the Attorney General, who I ruled from the first sitting of this House 5 years ago, in keeping with the Constitution, that when an Attorney General is appointed in the manner that the current Attorney General is appointed, he shall become a full member of the House with all rights and privileges attached thereto. Accordingly, a quorum is present. I now call on the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism to present the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Tourism Development Amendment.
Tourism Development Amendment.
Tourism Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Tourism to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Tourism Development Amendment. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Heritage is responsible for the implementation, administration, monitoring and regulation of the tourism sector. In carrying out this mandate, the department seeks to create an enabling environment that promotes sustainable development, strengthen the competitiveness of the destination, and maximizes the economic and social benefits derived from tourism activities. A key priority of the government is to increase national participation and ownership within the tourism industry by creating opportunities for citizens to invest in, operate, and benefit from tourism-related enterprises. Mr. Speaker, in support of this objective, the department continues to develop policies, programs, and legislative frameworks that encourage local entrepreneurship, enhance product quality, and ensure that the tourism sector remains responsive to evolving market demands, international best practices, and emerging sustainability standards. Recognizing the dynamic nature of the tourism industry, the government introduced the Tourism Development Act, the TDA, as a modern legislative framework to facilitate inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience, thereby stimulating growth and development within the sector. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House would remember that the Tourism Development Bill was debated and approved in Parliament on 20th February 2024 and subsequently came into effect on 15th April 2024. This act has replaced several pieces of legislation as well as cabinet conclusions and operates as a one-stop shop for the development and management of the sector. Mr. Speaker, since the implementation of the Act, the department has undertaken a review of its operational effectiveness through stakeholder consultations, administrative assessments, and practical application of its provisions. Mr. Speaker, this review has highlighted several areas where amendments are necessary to improve clarity, strengthen governance mechanisms, reduce administrative bottlenecks, and ensure the legislation effectively supports the intended policy objectives. Therefore, the proposed amendments here today seek to address challenges encountered during the initial implementation phase, particularly with respect to the operation of the Tourism Certification Committee, the publication of tourism operator and sustainable tourism operator certificates, the eligibility requirements and type of tourism incentives, including the provisions governing additional incentives and the schedules attached to the Act. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, this amendment bill outlines the identified issues and recommended amendments to the Tourism Development Act, and I shall go through those proposed amendments. 1. Substituting the nomenclature of department to ministry. Within the Act, the terms department and ministry were used to define the entity responsible for tourism development. Mr. Speaker, to maintain consistency, an amendment is being made to use the language of ministry to mean the entity responsible for tourism development and management. As such, Sections 2 and Division 1 of Part 1 have been amended to delete department and replace it with ministry. Second, powers of the department. This section is currently incomplete in the TDA and requires expansion for proper meaning. Mr. Speaker, this section outlines the powers of the ministry, whereby an authorized officer can request information in the course of certification and incentives granting from an operator. Mr. Speaker, this is a two-step process that where the operator does not provide the information required, the following steps can be taken via the inclusion of a new subsection, 4A, which says, where a tourism operator or an approved tourism operator fails to provide information or documents requested under subsection 4, an authorized officer shall prepare and submit a written report to the chairperson of the Tourism Certification Committee. And B, in subsection 5, by inserting immediately after the word may, the words make an application to a magistrate for a warrant for disclosure. Thirdly, quorum of the Tourism Certification Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Act makes provision for a Tourism Certification Committee, which comprises both private and public sector, and whose role it is to consider applications for certification of all tourism operators, from accommodation to transportation to recreation, including food and beverage, tourism facilitation services and travel trade, tourism niche market, and MICE. The implementation of the Act has revealed practical challenges relating to the quorum requirements for meetings of the Tourism Certification Committee. Due to limitations of the current quorum, the agility of the committee to consider applications has been hindered. Mr. Speaker, within the composition, all 5 members constitute the necessary voting rights, and therefore the meeting cannot be convened if 1 member is absent. A review of the quorum is therefore proposed to improve operational efficiency while maintaining appropriate oversight and accountability. The current composition of the committee includes a representative of the Ministry of Tourism as chairperson, a representative of the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, a representative of the Ministry of Health, which is environmental health, a representative of the private sector from the St. Lucia Hospitality and Tourism Association, and a representative of the private sector, which is the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce. So, Mr. Speaker, the department wishes to amend Section 20 to change the quorum from 5 to 3 members, and there shall be a representative of the Ministry of Tourism as chairperson, a representative of the Ministry of Health, Environmental Health, and thirdly, a representative of the private sector, the St. Lucia Hospitality and Tourism Association, or the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, or St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce. Fourthly, inclusion of policy requirements for ownership of more than 2 TX plates. Mr. Speaker, it has been established policy that taxi drivers could have applied for plates using their names or business names. The policy also catered to the establishment of a company for operators requiring or holding more than 2 plates. Mr. Speaker, I remind the Honorable House that there are 2 levels of tourism certification. 1, conditional tourism operator certificate, and 2, the tourism operator certificate. In review of the Act, this policy was not originally included, and therefore as a certification requirement, it must be outlined. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is being done to insert 2 new subsections. Section 42, to provide for tourism operator certificate, and Section 43, to provide for conditional tourism operator certificate, with clarity as follows. The amendment to Section 42 to provide for a tourism operator certificate shall read: 3. A tourism operator shall make an application under subsection 1 to operate in a tourism sector. Clause 4 would read, notwithstanding subsection 3, a tourism operator within the land-based tourism transportation sector, which is a TX plate, who makes an application for a tourism operator certificate shall submit to the Tourism Certification Committee: A, in the case of an applicant who owns no more than 2 tourism taxi license plates, a certificate of registration; or in the case of an applicant who owns more than 2 tourism taxi license plates, a certificate of incorporation. So we've now have clear legislation that pertains to the 2 scenarios. And thirdly, amendment to Section 43 to provide for a conditional tourism operator certificate. Section 43 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after subsection 3 the following new subsections 4 and 5. 4 shall read: a tourism operator shall make an application under subsection 1 to operate in a tourism sector. Notwithstanding subsection 4, a tourism operator within the land-based tourism transportation sector who makes an application for a conditional tourism operator certificate shall, I think I'm reading the same twice, Mr. Speaker, sorry. I take the opportunity to inform the Honorable House that the long-awaited tourism transportation demand study is in train, and a considerable proportion of the sector, as well as key agencies, have been consulted, and we expect to have the final report within the next 5 months. And Mr. Speaker, I know quite a few members in here have been representing persons in their constituency who are desirous of having TX plates, Mr. Speaker, and I've been explaining to colleagues that we need to do the demand study first before we determine how many new TX plates that we are going to offer. And as I just said, I'm glad that we expect the final report within the next 5 months. On the other hand, the taxi training course is going through its final stages of revision, so we'll offer a more modern and revised training course. Our goal is to deal with the long-standing issues within the sector after the demand study has been completed, and to resume the taxi training course right afterwards. The fifth major change, Mr. Speaker, is the publication of tourism operator and sustainable tourism operator certificates. The department has identified a need to clarify the provisions governing the publication and recognition of tourism certificates and sustainable tourism operator certificates. Amendments are proposed to establish a more transparent and efficient process for publishing certified operators, ensuring public accessibility to certification information, and strengthening confidence in the certification framework. Mr. Speaker, the TDA is now being amended at Section 61 to insert a new Section 61A as follows. A. Title should read, Publication of List of Holders of a Tourism Certificate or Sustainable Tourism Certificate. The new Section 1 should read, the Minister may publish in the Gazette a list of approved tourism operators with a valid tourism certificate or sustainable tourism certificate. The new Section 2 should read, a list published under subsection 1 must specify the name of the approved tourism operator and the validity period for a tourism certificate or sustainable tourism certificate. 6. Eligibility and non-eligibility requirements for applying for tourism incentives or additional incentives. The department proposes to amend Section 77(3)(a) to clarify that a person who continues to benefit from an incentive granted under another enactment is not eligible to receive incentives under the TDA. This amendment seeks to prevent duplication of benefits, promote fairness, and preserve the integrity of the incentives program, and will read as follows. And will be amended as follows. Section 73A of the Principal Act is amended by deleting the words "from incentives granted" and substituting the words "from the same incentive granted," so to ensure that persons do not get the same incentives and the two different enactments. The seventh amendment. Mr. Speaker, further amendments are proposed to Section 78, 79, and 80 to clarify eligibility requirements for tourism incentives. The inclusion of a reference to Section 77(1) ensures that only persons who satisfy the general eligibility requirements under the Act may apply for incentives, additional incentives, or incentives for resilience. These amendments provide greater legal certainty and improve consistency in the administration of the incentives regime. Mr. Speaker, in Section 78(1), the Principal Act is amended by deleting the words "a person eligible under Section 72(2)(a) and substituting the words "an eligible person under Section 77(1) and 2(a). Mr. Speaker, further amendment is being made to Section 79 of the TDA. A. In subsection 1, by deleting the words "a person eligible under section 72(2)b" and substituting the words "an eligible person under section 72(1) and 2b." In subsection 2b, by deleting the words section 63(2)b to H and substituting the words section 64(2)b to H. Additionally, Section 81 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting the words "a person eligible under Section 72(2)c" and substituting the words "an eligible person under Section 72(1) and 2c." Eighth Amendment, Administrative Amendment to Section 86. Mr. Speaker, in Section 86, there is only one subsection, and therefore the current enumeration suggests a second subsection, which is not relevant. The amendment is therefore proposed for administrative purposes to clarify that there is only one subsection for Section 86. The ninth change, Administrative Amendment to Schedule 4. Mr. Speaker, an administrative amendment is also being made to remove the reference to Schedule 4, which is the oath or affirmation of secrecy, which will now be placed within the regulations. A further amendment is being made to require that an order be published in the Gazette to give effect to amendments to Schedule 1 and 3, which is definitions and tourism sectors. 10th Amendment, Amendment of Schedule 1. Mr. Speaker, although the definition of accommodation is all-encompassing, the Department finds it necessary to include a hotel as part of the definition. 11th, Amendment of Schedule 3. The Department wishes to amend Schedule 3 to remove specialized support areas, which was inadvertently included as a tourism subsector. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, with all these amendments, we recognize that legislation is a living guide which must continuously be reviewed to ensure it presents the enabling environment for implementation. We've had many successes in the implementation of the TDA, which I have presented in the last two fiscal budgets and at the Senator Tourism Awards, the GMAs. Notably, there has been significant increase in the incentives granted to locals, as well as the continued certification of operators across the sector. With these successes, we are closer to our vision that as many locals as possible should own and operate the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, I trust these amendments meet the favor of the Honorable House and so seek your approval. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the Tourism Development Amendment Bill be read a second time. Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I guess we shall proceed and go to committee stage.
Honorable members, the question is that the Tourism Development Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Tourism Development Act, number 1 of 2024.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of heading for Division 1 of Part 1.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 5.
Mr. Speaker, to add under 4A and the Tourism Incentives Committee. So it reads now, an authorized officer shall prepare and submit a written report to the chairperson of the Tourism Certification Committee. We want to add under Tourism Incentives Committee.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the insertion of the words "and the Tourism Incentives Committee" immediately following the words "the Tourism Certification Committee." Clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 6.
Substitution of Section 20.
Mr. Speaker, under 20C, a representative of the St. Lucia Tourism and Hospitality and Tourism Association remove the "or." 2, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, add "or." And 3, the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture.
You do recognize, Minister for Tourism, that if you remove the first "or," that Roman numerals 1 and 2 may be read conjunctively.
Yeah.
So I would suggest you keep that "or,"
We have to.
because you only need one of the three.
Yeah.
So do you want to consult first?
Yeah, I'm just. We should leave the "or." Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right, Mr. Speaker. We should leave the "or."
I take no pleasure in that.
Yeah, you're correct. But can I also point out, Mr. Speaker, I did say for the previous amendment, Incentives Committee, because this is what was put in. It should be Investment Committee, sorry.
So not incentives, but investment.
Investment, yeah.
Investment Committee?
Yes, yeah. And you're right, let's leave the "or." How did you say it would be read conjunctively? You're a lot more learned than me on such matters.
There are a few lawyers there. You can take it. Members, Clause 6C. The amendment is the insertion of Roman numeral 3 to read the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. So it will now read a representative of Roman numeral 1, the St. Lucia Hospitality and Tourism Association, Roman numeral 2, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, or Roman numeral 3, the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. Clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 42.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of Section 43.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Insertion of new Section 61A.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Amendment of Section 77.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 78.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Amendment of Section 79.
Clause 12. Yes. Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13.
Amendment of Section 80.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 14.
Amendment of Section 86.
Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Clause 15.
Amendment of Section 152.
Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16.
Amendment of Schedule 1.
Clause 16 stands part of the bill. Clause 17.
Amendment of Schedule 3.
Clause 17 stands part of the bill. Clause 18.
Repeal of Schedule 4.
Clause 18 stands part of the bill. Clause 19.
Amendment of Principal Act.
Clause 19 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Tourism Development Amendment Bill went through committee stage with amendments to clauses 5 and 6. Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Tourism Development Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Tourism Development Amendment Act 2026.
Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Banking Amendment.
Banking Amendment.
Minister for Finance, proceed.
I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next subsequent meeting of this honorable House.
Prime Minister, I think you're still on.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Plea Bargaining.
Plea bargaining.
I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of this honorable House.
Finance Minister.
I beg, Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill.
Income Tax Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended to allow the Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of this bill at this sitting. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a continuation of the government's tax policy in relieving taxpayers of tax burdens. In this case, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we spoke of the VAT on interest for the interest on overdue VAT payments. Today, Mr. Speaker, this bill intends to amend by reducing the cumulative interest and penalties on overdue income taxes to 6%. Mr. Speaker, we found that happens for many years, that penalties on taxes, when they are put on overdue taxes, Mr. Speaker, you seldom find, and it's very difficult to say that, you seldom find taxpayers paying it. It's sad to say, but it's a fact. And the enforcement that you need, we live in a small country, and the enforcement that would cause people to pay their taxes, that enforcement is not possible. In that you will have to, for overdue taxes, you'll have to garnish people's properties. That would be the ultimate punishment. What is used sometimes, in that if somebody wants to get a mortgage, etc., the financial institution asks them to get their matters cleared with the tax department before they can get their mortgage. That works to a certain extent. But generally, we find it is not as effective as it should be. And really, the question is that measure, for want of a better word, is that measure fair? Example, somebody wants to send their child to study and they want to mortgage their property. They want to send the child to study. They owe taxes. They can't get a loan to send a child to study because they haven't paid their taxes. That happens all the time. Now, it's a way of the government getting money, but is it fair to the child who wants to go to study, and it's not the child who owes any taxes? It's the parents or the business. So the government is trying to find ways and means of reducing the burden, and almost by moral suasion, asking taxpayers to pay their taxes. We did that with the amnesty, and now, apart from extending the amnesty for taxes due up to the year 2025, up to December 2025, we are now saying that the interest on the penalties, we are reducing it from 6%, from 12% to 6%. This means, Mr. Speaker, that in your unpaid taxes, the interest, the accumulative interest, is reduced to 6%. Hoping, Mr. Speaker, and we really hope that the taxpayers will see that the government is taking all necessary steps to ensure that we allow them a certain level of compliance, because they are breaking the law. Taxes are due according to the law, and we're saying you haven't paid your taxes, we're reducing the interest so you can pay it. So it's basically, Mr. Speaker, further moral suasion to taxpayers to pay their taxes. Further moral suasion by reducing the interest rates from 12.5% to 6%. We hope, Mr. Speaker, that the taxpayers understand their civic duty to ensure that the government is taking all the steps. This is the most generous amnesty ever given to the taxpayers of St. Lucia. The most generous amnesty. It has never been that generous before. Regardless, whatever, we've had many amnesties before, but this is the most generous amnesty. So we're hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we can get compliance, and in that compliance, we are reducing the interest rates on unpaid taxes up to December 2025. The interest of 2025, Mr. Speaker. The second provision or the amendment, Mr. Speaker, is for first-time landowners, young people, young professionals who want to buy a piece of land. Before, you could not claim your interest when you buy a piece of land. So if you buy a piece of land, you have no interest deductions, you have no incentive for the interest that you pay on the loan that you take. So you buy a piece of land, you still have, and you pay your monthly payments to the bank, and you get no tax incentives. You only get a tax incentive if you have a mortgage. If you build a house, then you can claim the interest paid on that mortgage, $12,000. We say that no, for a piece of land, if you are a young person or you're anyone who buys a piece of land that is less than 22,000 square feet, the government is saying that the interest that you pay to the financial institution, you can claim 50% of that interest as an allowable deduction on your income tax. That is in addition to the threshold of $40,000 that you have generally on your taxes. That is in addition. Again, an incentive to young people. To young people to buy a piece of land in there, and hopefully they can probably shift their priorities and get a piece of land, because there's a benefit in that case, a tax benefit. So these amendments, Mr. Speaker, two things. One, encouragement to people to buy a piece of land in St. Lucia. You get a tax deduction if you buy less than 22,000 square feet, 22,000 square feet or less. You can claim 50% on your tax payments. So supposing your interest is $200 per month, you can claim $100, which is $1,200 a year. An incentive to buy a piece of land. So that money that you're saving on your taxes, you can put it aside to help you to begin your savings to get a house at some point. And we're going to come in with more incentives, with new incentives for young people to be able to get mortgage, to get easier mortgages, to be able to get longer term mortgages, so that they can own their own piece of land and and house. Before, it was only, you had to have only a house, you would have only a house to get a tax deduction. Now we are making it easier. So, Mr. Speaker, these two amendments shows clearly the government's position as far as home ownership is concerned, as far as the land ownership is concerned, and as far as allowing the taxpayers who have not paid their taxes, we give them a further incentive to pay their taxes by reducing the interest that they owe the government, Mr. Speaker. Again, the government is showing that we want people to do better. We want people to own land. We want people to pay their taxes. So we give them the incentive to pay their taxes in this general amnesty, plus the additions, Mr. Speaker, that we are doing. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is we are extending the deadline for tax filing. And Mr. Speaker, every company must file their taxes under the present law 3 months after the year end. So if your year end is December, you must file in March, 3 months after the year end. But Mr. Speaker, we found that particularly in large companies that have to give audited reports, and we're not going down the track of audited reports now, Mr. Speaker, because it's a known fact that many companies, because of the rigorous nature of audits, cannot file their returns 3 months after the year end. First of all, there is a shortage of auditors, and secondly, because of the rigid accounting standards, the auditors want to be very certain and very sure, so they get great difficulty in preparing the statements for review and in 3 months. So what we're saying is that we understand that, and the government is saying that we are extending that period for filing from 3 months to 5 months. So if the year end is in December, you have 5 months up to the end of May instead of 3 months, which is the end of March. Again, making understanding the restrictions, understanding the issues as it relates to financial statements, to audited statements, to the availability of auditors, and we are extending it to 5 months. But even if we extend the 5 months, the taxpayer must comply with the 1/3 payments as exists in the law presently. Giving you more time to file, but you still have to pay your 1/3 payments, which are due as exists now in the law. Making it easier in terms of filing, because we understand the constraints. We understand, so instead of a taxpayer always having to apply for an extension, we say no, 5 months, you have 5 months to file your taxes, 5 months. So Mr. Speaker, these 3 amendments, I'm sure members will agree, will make life easier for the taxpayer, but it also ensure that the government gets its share. What is due to the state must be paid to the state, but the government is making it easier for the taxpayers to comply with the laws of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, I think these amendments are necessary. I think it shows the government's desire not only to expand or to improve the business environment, but also to collect revenue. That revenue which to be used for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that members understand and support these rather progressive amendments to the Income Tax Act of St. Lucia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Act be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a second opinion say no. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 15.02, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Insertion of new section 59D.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of section 96.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Amendment of section 134.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the income tax amendment number 2 bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Act 2026.
Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendments.
Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move suspension of standing order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the bill for consideration is the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendments. The purpose of the bill is to amend the automatic exchange of financial account information. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia participates in the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Framework under the Common Reporting Standards, CRS, developed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. This international framework allows St. Lucia to automatically exchange information relating to financial accounts of tax residents of its partner jurisdictions. The automatic exchange of financial account information, Mr. Speaker, assists tax authorities in combating offshore tax evasion, promotes transparency, supports revenue collection efforts, and demonstrates St. Lucia's commitment to good governance and international cooperation. Currently, St. Lucia is undergoing the second round peer review assessment, which tests the effective implementation of the CRS. The proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, seeks to strengthen the legislative framework and demonstrate St. Lucia's continued commitment to international standards relating to tax transparency and exchange of information. These amendments are necessary to strengthen the powers of the competent authority to monitor compliance and obtain information, introduce a more effective and proportionate penalty framework for non-compliance, ensure that sanctions may be applied not only to reporting financial institutions, but also to other persons responsible for breaches in the legislation. Strengthen anti-avoidance provisions designed to prevent arrangements intended to circumvent reporting obligations. Facilitate enforcement against persons who provide false self-certifications. Ensure that St. Lucia's legislative framework remains consistent with international standards. Mr. Speaker, these provisions will strengthen St. Lucia's legislative framework, support the OECD assessment process, preserve international exchange relationships, and reduce the risk of reputational and economic consequences arising from non-compliance with international obligations. Mr. Speaker, simply said, Mr. Speaker, this bill allows the competent authority in St. Lucia, most likely the Inner Revenue Department, to give information on the accounts of residents of other countries that reside basically in St. Lucia. This is basically what it is, Mr. Speaker, and that is part of the OECD framework and is part of our international obligations to avoid international tax evasion, part of the rules that we must follow if you have to remain in the international framework. And every year you are assessed, Mr. Speaker, and in the St. Lucia's latest assessment, it was cited that we needed to amend the automatic exchange of financial account information bill to make it stronger, to strengthen some of its features, Mr. Speaker, to make it compliant with international standards. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that we have to do, and there are several amendments to the original bill, some of which increases the penalties, both for people for non-compliance and for institutions who do not give the information when as is asked for. So, Mr. Speaker, that again, small country, a small country, but we have to deal with international rules and international regulations to allow us to survive economically, or to allow us to survive not only economically but in the financial space, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Speaker, not only persons, a person in that bill, a person includes a trust, the estate of a deceased person, a foundation, a company, a partnership, and any other corporate or incorporated person, Mr. Speaker. You have to give information on all these bodies, not only a person, but a trust, etc., that I listed there. Mr. Speaker, it is these regulations, they take a lot of time and effort to follow. We have to increase our administrative costs, increase the personnel and in every department, but first to survive and first to be compliant with international law, international financial law, and remain in the international financial space, we have to make these amendments. Mr. Speaker, I ask members to support this amendment to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the automatic exchange of financial account information amendment bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act, Cap 12.27, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 5B.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Substitution of Section 6.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 14.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Substitution of Section 16.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of Section 17.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 18.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Amendment of Section 19.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 20.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Amendment of Section 22.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13.
Amendment of Section 23.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 14.
Substitution of Section 24.
Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Clause 15.
Amendment of Section 25.
Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16.
Insertion of new Schedule 3.
Clause 16 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the automatic exchange of financial account information amendment bill went through committee stage without amendment. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed, be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the automatic exchange of financial account information amendment bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Act 2026.
Minister for Commerce.
What you were doing her bill now. Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances Amendment.
Regulated Substances Amendment.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Commerce to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances Amendment. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday and earlier today, I presented to this Honorable House amendments to existing legislation, and I explained the necessity for such changes. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I trust you accept that the changes are necessary as circumstances change, requiring us to adopt a change in posture. And in this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of the first piece of legislation to govern a declared regulated substance, we have recognized the need, Mr. Speaker, to revise some provisions within the Regulated Substances Act to allow for the efficient and effective operations of the RSA when administering that regime and regulating that industry. Mr. Speaker, the Regulated Substances Act was passed in November 2023 when this administration, on the recommendation of the member for Soufrière Forcejac and then Minister of Commerce, articulated a progressive and innovative vision for regulations Instead, Mr. Speaker, of creating isolated small regulatory bodies for every single emerging substance, we design a regulatory mechanism capable of assuming oversight over diverse and complex regimes as our society and economy advance. And we thought, Mr. Speaker, it was a more rational approach. As the RSA actively steps into its role of governing vital sectors, from the safety and security of radiation sources, which we will address later on, to cannabis and beyond, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that the statutory machinery backing it is optimized, legally flexible, and financially sound. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendments provided by this bill do not disrupt our core vision. Rather, it will fine-tune the engine. They will address critical operational bottlenecks which have been identified by financial experts. It will provide the statutory flexibility required for modern governance, and it will bring our tax structures into alignment with existing sister statutory bodies. So, Mr. Speaker, the key provisions of the amendment bill for today will be outlined, and I hope that honorable members will be able to understand how the core operational components of the RSA will be amended through this bill. The first objective, Mr. Speaker, is to streamline the revenue management framework. With the current wording of Section 78 of the Act, all revenues collected through the operations of the RSA, including fees and levies, are paid directly into the Regulated Substances Fund. Mr. Speaker, while well-intentioned, this has created a severe structural misalignment between revenue generation and operational management. Based on the current reading of the section, clients who wish to make payments must pay into the fund, but they receive transaction confirmations from the RSA, which does not have direct access to the fund to confirm these payments. So there's not a perfect alignment. The technocrats in finance and auditing have rightfully pointed out that this process creates unnecessary administrative and reconciliation challenges and is simply not best practice. To resolve this, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to Section 78 cleanly separates operational monies from oversight funds. Mr. Speaker, monies of the fund will now strictly consist of sums allocated by Parliament, funds held in trusts, grants received for the RSA, and other sums vested in the ministry relating to regulated substances. This would allow the RSA to directly receive fees charged, levies imposed, operational grants, and any other revenue generated through its daily operations. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me assure this House that this is not a blank check, as financial oversight remains ironclad. The bill now mandates that the Fund Board reviews and approves the annual budget of the RSA, and that can be found under Clause 14, Section 79(4). And that the RSA is required to remit any amounts in excess of its operational expenses or approve annual budget into the Regulated Substances Fund under Clause 6, Section 21. Mr. Speaker, this will perfectly balance operational autonomy with robust fiscal oversight. The second intention of introducing legislative flexibility in the definitions, Mr. Speaker, the current interpretation provisions of the Act rigidly define minister and ministry as the minister and ministry responsible for commerce. While this reflected the original assignment at the time of enactment, it fails to accommodate future changes in ministerial portfolios or the reassignment of statutory boards. Mr. Speaker, we must not tie the hands of future governance with rigid, archaic phrasing that requires repeated, tedious legislative amendments every time a cabinet portfolio shifts or becomes inconvenient to the operations of a statutory board. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are amending these definitions. Minister will now mean the minister responsible for regulated substances, and ministry will essentially be the ministry responsible for regulated substances. The third intention, to align tax and customs exemptions. Mr. Speaker, Section 19 of the original Act granted the RSA exemptions from corporation tax, property tax, and stamp duty. However, reference to custom duties was inadvertently excluded. This amendment corrects that oversight, ensuring that the RSA is exempted from corporation tax, property tax, stamp duty, and customs duties. This correction is not a novel privilege, Mr. Speaker, and simply brings the RSA into perfect alignment with standard legislative concessions enjoyed by other key statutory bodies, including the National Housing Corporation, the National Trust, the Youth Economy Agency, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund, to name a few. So you may ask, Mr. Speaker, in summary, what are the real benefits of all those amendments? In a very simple way, Mr. Speaker, it will bring about administrative efficiency to ensure that revenue collection, people, businesses, and medical facilities dealing with regulated substances will experience faster processing times, seamless payment verification, and less regulatory red tape. It will ensure proper reporting, that the amendments will now ensure that the responsibility for reporting on its activities, on especially financial, Mr. Speaker, will be clearly defined and outlined, Mr. Speaker. Fiscal transparency. Again, Mr. Speaker, the mandate for the Fund Board to audit its budget and to claw back surplus operational funds, it will ensure that public resources are accounted for with the highest degree of integrity. And of course, Mr. Speaker, future-proofing governance by ensuring that the definition of minister and ministry would not require regular changes to legislation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we are very clear as a government, Mr. Speaker, that as we implement the work program and seek to achieve the objectives of this government, that the legislation, the framework which allows for such, Mr. Speaker, actually provides for it to be done in a very efficient and in a very, productive way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the RSA has done quite a lot of work in its short life, Mr. Speaker, and very soon I'll be coming back, Mr. Speaker, to present a very significant bill. But I think it is an appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, as we are making the first set of amendments to the legislation to extend, Mr. Speaker, our congratulations to the former minister who really oversaw the initial setup of the RSA and the staff of the RSA for the fantastic work that they have done so far, Mr. Speaker. And coming here so shortly after the setup of the RSA and the first act, Mr. Speaker, is no statement of any deficiency as such, but the refinement and, as I said, fine-tuning the engine to make sure the RSA can fully and completely fulfill its mandate. And I ask the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and all colleagues to provide the approval for the proposed amendments that I have made. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill be read a second time. Member for Soufrière Fort-Saint-Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Regulated Substance Amendment Bill before us. But before I speak a little on it, I'll be very brief. I crave your indulgence to express some condolences to some persons in my constituency. I have your permission? Thank you. So I want to express condolences to the family of Anthony Semper Justin, Mr. Speaker. His gentleman was a soldier, and last Friday, we had to lay him to rest. So I want to express condolences to the Red Brigade, but also to his daughter and close relatives and friends. I want also to express condolences to the mother and friends of our community champion, a gentleman called George Wayne Francis alias Backdown, the guy who was known and loved by the entire suffrage community, and he too has passed. I have, and I think I mentioned it the last time, but I'll mention the name again, simply because of the situation we have in Suffragette. We have Mr. Carson Simon of Palmis and Mr. Cleas Joseph of Suffragette Barons Drive, alias Grommock Zone. Those persons were laid to rest, and I want to express condolences, especially since I was out of Ireland during the funeral. I also want to express condolences, Mr. Speaker, to the family of Ms. Joyce Saint-Omer that we laid to rest this week, and two others. Mr. Augustine John Baptist of Bay Street, Grosile, another champion, Mr. Speaker, that has been with us in the Red Brigade for a long time, and he passed. And finally, to Mr. Saturin Sempri alias Alibo, who was an employee of the government warehouse and who passed. So I really want to express condolences there to his family and to the staff of the government warehouse. So, Mr. Speaker, back to our substantive issue there. I support the amendments articulated by the minister responsible for commerce, and I just want to say that as he, there was a little bit of confusion even in his own mind, Mr. Speaker, this morning. He was still looking at me as the Minister for Commerce, so which was interesting. But Mr. Speaker, the work of the RSA is a creature that came not originally sat, we didn't sit and say we wanted to give birth to the RSA. The Prime Minister gave a responsibility to us to give birth to the cannabis industry. And in preparing the work for the cannabis industry, the technical team, and I really want here to recognize Mr. Dylan Inglis and the Permanent Secretary and the technical team for the significant work that they have done. I also, in doing so, I also want to recognize persons like Mr. Vern Emmanuel, who's the director of the Bureau of Standards. The work that they've done in ensuring that today we have regulated substance authority to regularize and look at things to protect us, especially in the area of healthcare. I think when we discuss the other bill that's going to come here today, the work that we are doing, I'm saying so to say that sometimes people might think that we are taking too long to deliver one item. But in the process of doing that work, we have created other structures to protect, and they are national structures, Mr. Speaker, to protect the people of St. Lucia. And the RSA is just one of them. So we are correct. In November 2023, we came here and we passed that piece of legislation. And as we operate, we see things that needs improving, and I'm pleased today that we are improving it. And I believe that there are other things that we'll be coming back to this House for. As long as we start operating, we will monitor and we will come back in this House. So today is to express my gratitude to the technical team for the work that they've done, and I want to say that I support this piece of amendment wholeheartedly. I thank you.
Minister for Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I have nothing really to add, so maybe we can move to committee stage.
Honourable members, the question is that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Regulated Substances Act, Cap 15.46.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 6.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 19.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Substitution of Section 21.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 29.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of Section 57.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 60.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Substitution of Section 63.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 65.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Amendment of Section 66.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13.
Substitution of Section 78.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 14.
Amendment of Section 79.
Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Clause 15.
Amendment of Section 85.
Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16.
Amendment of Section 89.
Clause 16 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendment. Minister for Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Regulated Substances Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Regulated Substances Amendment Act 2026.
Minister for Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources.
Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources.
Minister of Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Commerce to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this honorable House with a profound sense of responsibility and immense pride to present the reading of a seminal piece of legislation, the Regulated Substances, Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill 2026. It is with responsibility, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very, very critical piece of legislation for the safety and security of St. Lucians. And also pride, Mr. Speaker, because as we mentioned a short while ago, both the member for Soufrière, Force-Jacques, and myself, the team that has worked on putting this piece of legislation together must be commended for the outstanding work that they've done, both the staff at the RSA and the AG chambers. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents yet another critical milestone in our government's commitment to putting people first. In this instance, by modernizing our legislative architecture, protecting the health and well-being of our citizens, and safeguarding the pristine and world-renowned environment of our beloved Helen. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that in November 2023, the honorable member for Soufrière, Force-Jacques, stood before this august chamber with the support of her colleagues and this administration to present the foundational Regulated Substances Bill. At that time, we articulated a bold, progressive, and innovative vision. We realized that a fragmented regulatory approach to complex, evolving, and technically advanced industries was inefficient and archaic. Instead of creating isolated, small-scale regulatory bodies for every single emerging substance, we designed a regulatory mechanism, and the member from Soufrière Saltibus herself just explained that what started off as an engagement on cannabis became exactly what I am describing, the creation of this overarching regulatory mechanism. Then we promised the people of St. Lucia that the RSA would serve as a flexible platform capable of assuming oversight over diverse and complex regimes as our society and economy advance. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are fulfilling the first part of that promise. Having established the structural machinery of the RSA, we can now expand its mandate to oversee a highly technical and critically important domain, the safety and security of ionizing radiation sources. Mr. Speaker, to understand the magnitude and necessity of this bill, we must first demystify what radiation is and recognize its role in our modern society. Radiation is a broad term that elicits a level of concern and anxiety. Members of the public often bring up concerns about microwaves and phones. Yes, Mr. Speaker, these are forms of radiation, but this is not what we have sought to provide a regulatory framework for. What this bill seeks to address, Mr. Speaker, is ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is a powerful form of energy that when harnessed correctly provides extraordinary benefits, but when left unregulated, poses invisible yet catastrophic risks to human tissue and genetic material. Mr. Speaker, these forms of radiation can be dangerous to people if they are overexposed because they can alter chemical structure, damage living tissue, and yes, result in cancers, other illnesses, and death. Mr. Speaker, many citizens believe that these forms of radiation are far of concern, reserved only for nuclear-powered nations. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that ionizing radiation is already actively present within our borders and is integrated into technology which benefits our daily lives. It drives the core diagnostic and treatment mechanisms in our healthcare sector. Every time a St. Lucian undergoes an X-ray, a CT scan, or a life-saving mammography procedure, they are interacting with ionizing radiation apparatus that this bill recognizes as what is called radiation generators. In our industrial sectors, radiation generators and sealed sources are utilized for non-destructive material testing, soil density measurements, and infrastructure verification. Even within our homes and commercial buildings, everyday consumer products like the old generation smoke detectors utilize tiny controlled amounts of ionizing radiation to protect lives from fires. When adequately regulated and properly used, we can benefit from the positives of these materials. That does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that we should not ensure that all risks are considered and mechanisms are put in place to ensure any risks are mitigated. Mr. Speaker, because radiation is invisible to the human senses, it possesses an inherent risk profile that we must take seriously. Without stringent regulatory controls to govern the importation, use, and exposure to sources, we risk them being misused, abandoned, lost, stolen, or illicitly transferred, resulting in severe national security risks and health and environmental hazards. Currently, St. Lucia's legal framework governing these substances is anchored in the outdated Radioactive Materials Act, Cap 1117, a law enacted in 1949, a completely different era. Mr. Speaker, this act is wholly inadequate for the technical complexities of 2026. We cannot protect a modern society with archaic tools. So this bill provides the essential statutory framework to govern the safe and secure use, possession, transport, and digital and disposal of radioactive material, ensuring that our people can benefit from modern technological advances without compromising our health or safety. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia does not exist in a vacuum. We are a proud, responsible, and respected member of the global community. As technology collapses geographical boundaries, our domestic laws must align with international safety benchmarks. This bill is also a direct response to our international commitments and reflect our active partnerships with global standard-setting organizations like the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. The IAEA, established as an autonomous body within the United Nations system, serves as the global intergovernmental forum for scientific and technical cooperation in the peaceful use of nuclear energy and radiation sources. As a state party to radiation-related agreements, St. Lucia is mandated to establish a national legislative framework that ensures radiation sources are securely protected throughout their useful lives and safely managed at the end of their life cycle. the IAEA strictly outlines that every territory must, 1, assess its domestic threats and vulnerabilities regarding radioactive sources based on the potential for malicious acts or loss of control. 2, implement statutory security measures to deter, detect, and delay unauthorized access, theft, or removal of radioactive materials. And 3, empower a competent national regulatory body with the explicit authority to attach unambiguous conditions to licenses, verify the trustworthiness of personnel, and protect confidential security information. Mr. Speaker, in the absence of a comprehensive legislative framework, our nation previously relied on the Bureau of Standards, serving as an interim regulator to bridge the gap with the IAEA. While the Bureau performed creditably under its constrained mandate, it was never structurally engineered to act as a permanent, specialized nuclear and radiation enforcement agency. By passing this bill, we formally transitioned from temporary ad hoc arrangements to a definitive world-class regulatory framework. This bill, Mr. Speaker, satisfies our obligations under international agreements, allowing St. Lucia to seamlessly interface with international databases, participate in regional threat information exchanges, benefit from niche training, and utilize global technical assistance programs to bolster our domestic security. So what are the key provisions of the bill and the role of the RSA in this matter? Mr. Speaker, this bill is meticulously structured to create a seamless matrix of control that will be administered directly by the Regulated Substances Authority. I wish to guide this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, through the core operational components of the legislation. The function and powers of the RSA, Part 1. Mr. Speaker, Clauses 6 and 7 confer specific additional technical powers upon the RSA. So you will see that there is the RSA Act, but also in this bill, there are specific functions that provide specific technical powers upon the RSA. The authority is legally mandated to maintain a centralized national register of all radiation sources, licensed persons, and authorized facilities within St. Lucia. I want to repeat that. It will maintain a centralized national register of all radiation sources, licensed persons, and authorized facilities within St. Lucia. It is empowered to conduct scheduled and unscheduled inspections, engage independent qualified experts in medical physics and radiation protection, and implement a rigorous system of import and export controls for radioactive materials in cooperation with Customs and Border Security agencies. Part 2, the licensing framework. Mr. Speaker, Section 9 establishes a strict and ambiguous prohibition, and I read, no person shall undertake an activity or practice involving ionizing radiation without a valid license issued by the RSA. This part outlines a transparent, multi-tiered licensing process, which includes mandatory safety assessments, security plans, and the issuance of temporary licenses for existing operators during the transitional phase. So we're not automatically requiring persons to get licenses tomorrow. There'll be a transitional phase. Crucially, Mr. Speaker, Section 27 empowers the minister, after consultation with the RSA, to grant strictly defined exemptions for low-risk, inherently safe applications where the collective radiological impact or exposure is negligible. Part 3, radiation protection architecture. Mr. Speaker, this is the technical heart of the bill. This is where we address international radiation safety principles of justification, optimization, and those limits into our statutory law. This is where this bill seeks to touch and directly benefit us as a people. This part established 3 distinct layers of protection. 1, occupational exposure. Licenses must establish controls and safeguards for staff who may be exposed to radiation. This part provides requirements for exposure tracking through what is called dosimetry monitoring equipment, and at sections 31 and 38, for example, prohibits any occupational exposure for individuals under 18 or pregnant or breastfeeding employees. 2, medical exposure. Mr. Speaker, the bill also instructs doctors and mandates that any medical radiological procedure must not just be justified, but provide a net diagnostic or therapeutic benefit to the patient. I want to read that again. The procedure must not just be justified, but provide a net diagnostic or therapeutic benefit to the patient. It requires strict calibration of medical equipment and sets diagnostic reference levels to eliminate accidental overexposure during routine medical imaging. In other words, the benefits must outweigh the risk of exposure. For example, a medical practitioner who has access to a patient's records of tests that cause the exposure, albeit from another medical practitioner, will not require the patient to undergo additional instances of exposure. And the third one, public exposure. Mr. Speaker, licenses are held fully responsible for controlling visitor and public access to radiation areas, sources, and devices to ensure that the public never exceeds the limits that are set out in Schedule 2. Part 4 and 5, waste management and emergency preparedness and response. Mr. Speaker, Section 64 introduces a comprehensive prohibition against the import of radioactive waste into St. Lucia. Let me say that again. Section 64 introduces a comprehensive prohibition against the import of radioactive waste into St. Lucia, effectively preventing our nation from becoming a dumping ground for foreign hazards. Part 5 mandates that every licensee must maintain an approved emergency plan so that the RSA can swiftly coordinate with emergency response organizations to mitigate health and environmental risk in the event of an accident. Part 7, repeal and transition. Mr. Speaker, Section 90 formally repeals the obsolete Radioactive Minerals Act, Cap 1117, while Section 91 provides structured transitional provisions to allow current medical and industrial operators to declare their radiation sources and seamlessly transition into full compliance within the new framework. So, Mr. Speaker, what are the benefits of such a seminal piece of legislation to the general public? At its core, this bill is not about regulatory red tape. It is about protecting human lives. It is a responsible piece of legislation designed by a government that consistently puts St. Lucians first. The passing of this bill delivers massive, tangible benefits to the daily lives of our people by, 1, revolutionizing patient safety in healthcare, and that's important, Mr. Speaker. 2, ensuring unprecedented protection for our workers, and thirdly, safeguarding national and environmental security, and 4th, unlocking economic and technological processes. 1, Mr. Speaker, this bill will ensure that every St. Lucian who enters a hospital or a clinic for an X-ray, an MRI, a CT scan, or cancer treatment can rest assured that the machines are calibrated to exact international standards. The software is secure, and the medical radiation technologies are fully qualified and monitored. This drastically reduces the hidden danger of cumulative radiation poisoning from uncalibrated or malfunctioning equipment. Mr. Speaker, it will ensure that the patient sitting in the waiting room of a clinic is not receiving multiple doses of radiation every time a scan is performed during the wait, and that adequate shielding exists between the device and the patient, who is sometimes nervously typing on WhatsApp whilst they wait. The second benefit, Mr. Speaker, our frontline health professionals, radiographers, and industrial technicians will now be protected by mandatory occupational exposure assessments. I want to repeat that. Our frontline healthcare professionals, radiographers, and industrial technicians will now be protected by mandatory occupational exposure assessments, certified dosimetry tracking, and regular health surveillance. By legally shielding pregnant workers and minors, we are, of course, protecting the future generations of St. Lucia. Not by just hoping that they have not been harmed, but by tracking by a device on their shirts and jackets that they have not been overexposed. The third benefit, Mr. Speaker, by giving the RSA the teeth to enforce strict source accounting software, we ensure that no radioactive material can be misplaced, stolen, or weaponized within our borders. By placing an ironclad ban on the importation of foreign radioactive waste, we preserve our pristine environment, our fertile soils, and our precious waters for generations to come. St. Lucia must never be the lowest fence for terrorists, nefarious actors, or negligent or unscrupulous persons to harm our home or our people. And the fourth benefit, Mr. Speaker, international manufacturers and global healthcare providers will only export advanced medical technology, such as state-of-the-art cancer therapy equipment, to countries that possess an internationally certified, legally secure radiation framework. Passing this bill enables St. Lucia to attract advanced medical investments, establish cutting-edge specialized healthcare facilities, and elevate our national infrastructure to first world standards. And Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to say that we are working on establishing some advanced medical treatment facilities in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And this bill will help us to satisfy international requirement for some of the equipment that will be needed. And of course, you know, Mr. Speaker, we have the headache of the box that was left behind by the former administration, and we still look into how we convert it into some productive use, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if it's still leaking. The member from Castle East can tell us, Mr. Speaker. But again, this bill will help us to ensure that we can make some use of that space we have, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes when I speak about what to investors overseas and offer it as a facility, I am often asked, what are the legislative and the policy frameworks that would allow for advanced medical care in St. Lucia? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have shown over and over, Mr. Speaker, as an administration, we do not shy away from complex undertakings. We have approached this radiation framework with a cautious, methodical, and meticulous mindset. The well-being of our people has been at the core of our decisions to action this framework. We have listened to technical experts, cooperated with international bodies, and engineered a bespoke solution that seamlessly integrates into our existing regulated substances authority. Mr. Speaker, we are acting purposefully. The use of every regulated substance and the regime and the industry surrounding it must be guided by the motto of the RSA: safety, certainty, and success. Mr. Speaker, I want to stress this next point. Progress, Mr. Speaker, requires the courage to implement change. Some roads of change are longer, meander a little, and can be treacherous, while others are shorter, urgent, or littered with low-hanging fruits. The pace of your stride, Mr. Speaker, does not negate the value of your effort, Mr. Speaker. And we know from history that this administration, we have been prepared to do the hard work, to take on the challenges. And I said so yesterday when discussing the Arsenal-St. Lucia partnership, that we have a clear vision. When we see challenges, we don't run away from it. We face up to it, Mr. Speaker. We don't necessarily go for the low-hanging fruit, Mr. Speaker, but ensure that we do the work properly with a clear understanding of where we want to take St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very shortly, I will be coming back to this House for another substance, Mr. Speaker, and in this case, cannabis, Mr. Speaker, where we will create an entire industry and economy around the use of cannabis. And I can assure you that the presentation then will show the same structured, methodical approach to structuring the cannabis industry in St. Lucia. So, I want to end, Mr. Speaker, in sharing with members a radiation accident that occurred in Brazil. And it is a very sobering illustration of what can happen when radioactive material is left unchecked. On September 14, 1987, an unsecured radiotherapy source inside a lead and steel medical device was found by scavenger thieves at an abandoned hospital site. The thieves and the then workers at the scrapyard who bought the thieves and then the workers who bought the device from the thieves used tools to open the device and expose some Cesium-137 crystals. The owner of the scrapyard brought the exposed crystals to his home, sharing them with his family and the neighbors. These crystals, subsequently handled by many people, resulted in 4 deaths and 249 people were found to be contaminated. In the consequent cleanup operation, topsoil had to be removed from several sites and several houses were demolished. All objects from within those houses were seized and incinerated. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to provide the legal framework which will ensure such incidents never happen in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I state my support for the passage of the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill and look forward to the support of my colleagues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill be read a second time. Member for Mico South.
Speaker, I rise to support the bill. But in supporting the bill and hearing the members' eloquent, emotional presentation this morning as to its virtues and its necessity, which I fully agree with. But I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the genuineness of some of the things that he said, I question. I question him, Mr. Speaker, because when we allow politics to get in the way of what is right, and I want to use the member's words, and I'm paraphrasing and I apologize if I get it wrong. I'm sure the member would stand on a point of order. That his government is prepared to do the difficult things, and that coming in to amend the bill like this, instituting a license scheme, and all of a sudden regulating it, maybe to a greater extent than it's been before, seems that there'll be pushback, but you're prepared to accept the pushback, the responsibility of doing this because this is for people's health and safety. I buy that. But the hypocrisy of some of those statements, Mr. Speaker. As I remember when we were in this House and we were passing a license scheme for charcoal. Thank you so much. Right? No, it was always a licensing scheme for charcoal, but that's not what you sold it as. The criticism is that we were taxing charcoal. And that was the furthest thing from the truth. And now that we have history to reflect on it, it was never a tax on the business. It was a license scheme in order to control who was producing charcoal, but more importantly, where they were producing it. And persons who were spray painting the cars. And where, that's what it was. And it was always, and the presentation was the same. Let's go back and play the tapes. Okay? So all of a sudden, something that was good, that was difficult at the time, in order to preserve exactly what this is trying to preserve, which is the health and the safety of consumers, persons who had been complaining for years, who suffered from asthma in our own communities, in every single community, every single parliamentarian would have had persons suffering from the same thing. And the Ministry of Health listened. The technocrats put together a regime, came to the House in the form of an SI, and the then opposition raised its backs that we were taxing charcoal, we were preventing people from producing charcoal. But Mr. Speaker, the opposition, this opposition, will not find itself in that state of hypocrisy and will not put politics above the needs of the people. And that is why I stood up and said initially that I support the bill. It's good. I only hope that the minister is genuine in that the initiative to do this came from within and not like many other things that affect us in St. Lucia comes from the outside and becomes a precursor, a requisite. And if we don't listen, then there are penalties to be paid because we're not conforming to international standards. I hope that that was not the case. And I hope that we saw this need ourselves and took the initiative and then requested the support from outside in order to modernize and to put best practices in place. So I applaud the government for this initiative. I think it's a good thing. And I hope that, like a lot of other pieces of legislation that we have, that we put the support into the technical staff, that we can be the regulators of this, because the member will know that radiation is being used all over the place. In households, some of us don't even know that. And the question is, how are we going to do the audits? How are we going to hold people accountable? We have the legislation to give a license. We have a legislation to suspend a license. We have a legislation to revoke a license. And I only hope that we adhere to it. So I stand in support of this bill wholeheartedly, without any reservations, and will play no politics in speaking about the fallout that might happen because of a licensing regime. But I support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Soufrière Fort-Saint-Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Regulated Substance Safety and Security Radiation Source Bill 2026, and I do so with a deep sense of pride and satisfaction. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we've started that process while I was the Minister for Commerce, and again I want to highlight the key role that the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards played in bringing us to where we are today. But Mr. Speaker, the average person might ask the question, why do we need this legislation today? And I believe the member for Castries South and the Minister for Commerce was quite clear in terms of giving us the reason why we need this piece of legislation at this time. As you said, radiation source and radiation generating equipments are already in use throughout St. Lucia, especially in our hospitals, our medical facilities, dental clinics, industrial operations, in our factories, on our construction sites, beverage manufacturing, civil engineering projects, ports and airports. These technologies support public health, trade, security, infrastructural development, and economic growth. However, while they provide significant benefits, they must be managed within a robust regulatory framework that protects the worker, the patient, the public, and the environment. And this is precisely why we need this bill today. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia took an important step forward when it became a member of the IAEA in 2019. Since then, our country has worked closely with the IAEA through the country program framework for the period 2022 to 2027. During my tenure as minister responsible for the RSA and the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, I attended the annual general conferences of the IAEA and participated in meetings at the headquarters in Vienna. These engagements provided valuable insights into the international best practices in radiation safety, radiation security, emergency preparedness, and regulatory oversight. They reinforced the importance of ensuring that St. Lucia developed a modern framework capable of protecting our citizens while supporting the safe use of these technologies. I want here to acknowledge the significant contribution of the IAEA to the development of this bill, and as well to the type of training that our people have received from this international body. I know the agency supported the training of our legislative drafter and reviewed the draft legislation and provide technical recommendations that strengthen the final product that is before us today. In addition, the IAEA experts have visited St. Lucia on several occasions to provide technical assistance and training across multiple sectors. Mr. Speaker, as a small island developing state, we face many challenges arising from limited trained personnel, limited technical experts, and the need for sustainable financial and operational resources. Through the technical cooperation program with the IAEA, St. Lucia has strengthened its national capacity through regulatory training, radiation protection programs, emergency preparedness exercises, first responder training, and specialized training on the Regulated Authority Information System. Mr. Speaker, this software has helped countries implement regulatory processes for the control of radiation sources and to maintain a national register on radiation sources and other safety and security related records. Mr. Speaker, an important milestone was the Inventory of Sources mission conducted in April 2022 in St. Lucia. And this assisted St. Lucia in identifying radioactive sources throughout the country and supported the development of a national inventory system. This was followed in January 2023 by the installation of the software and a pilot system and training for personnel responsible for regulatory oversight. Together, these initiatives have significantly improved our ability to account for, monitor, and regulate radioactive sources nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is the culmination of years of preparation and capacity building. It establishes a comprehensive licensing regime for activities and facilities involving radiation sources. It strengthens the power and function of the RSA as the national regulator. It provides clear standards for radiation protection covering workers, patients, and the public. It establishes requirements for emergency preparedness and response. And as you've heard from the minister, it prohibits the importation of radioactive waste into St. Lucia and provides for registration of qualified experts and service providers. In short, it creates the legal and regulatory framework necessary to ensure that radiation technologies are used safely, securely, and responsibly in St. Lucia. And one area, again, Mr. Speaker, this bill, and we want to emphasize because it was said by the member for Castries South, this bill is not about restricting development. Rather, it is about enabling development in a responsible manner. And I think that is extremely important for us in terms of going forward. Good regulatory practices provides confidence, accountability, and public trust. It creates the condition necessary for the continued use of radiation technologies in our healthcare system, in industry, in research, and national development, while ensuring that appropriate safeguards are in place. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas I want to bring to the table is the need for national collaboration. And I know the Prime Minister, in conversation with us at the Cabinet, continue to tell us this. But this piece of legislation also, because after we've passed this legislation today, the next steps, it calls for significant collaboration between the RSA, Engineers Association, Ministry of Health, the health practitioners in terms of the Medical and Dental Association, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Labor through the Occupational Health and Safety Department, and others. That is one key thing that must take place in addition after we pass this piece of legislation. But more significantly for me, Mr. Speaker, is the public education that must follow. After this piece of legislation, we must pull out bits and pieces from this legislation and put it in what I would say layman's language and hit the pavement up and down this island. That is what is going to bring the strength in this. Because yes, we have, the RSA would have the legislative authority. But as I said earlier this morning at another session, unless we have buy-in and knowledge of the public, unless the public understands why we are doing it, what we are doing it, and the mechanism in place to protect them, then we would not have achieved what we want to achieve. So I stand, Mr. Speaker, to say I am in full support of the piece of the bill before us. Again, I want to add my voice in commending the technical team for the work that they're doing. I want to encourage every member here to do our homework as well in terms of when we speak to our own constituents. So we explain what we are doing, but RSA, you need to do that collaboration, and that public conversation must continue. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in support of the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, but even before I share a few thoughts on the bill, I wish to congratulate, Mr. Speaker, all colleagues. I think you too, Mr. Speaker, who have sneakers, who wore sneakers this morning. And I encourage you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues, not the color doesn't matter. The colors matter. I notice a significant color right next to you, Mr. Speaker, the sneaker color. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I wish to encourage all members to walk a little. Walk a little today, you know. It's very important. And I wish to, in a very serious way, congratulate the NIC for this activity. Very, very important, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to join the St. Lucia Moves program of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Nutrition to encourage all other organizations. There are many organizations, Mr. Speaker, who have joined, they've joined this whole wellness movement in St. Lucia. I wish to encourage the churches. Many churches started long ago. Groups, organizations, clubs, and so on. Everybody should be on this journey of wellness. Whether you walk, whether you drink some more water, less sugar, less of many of the dangerous substances. Let us focus on our wellness. And Prime Minister has something, Prime Minister has this theme of personal responsibility. And even with health and wellness, no matter how many advertisements and so on, it's really about personal responsibility. You have to decide that you are going to eat more peas and beans. You have to decide that you're going to drink more water. You have to decide that you will walk some more. So I want to encourage everyone to continue on this journey of wellness. I keep saying so all the time, Mr. Speaker, I'm on that journey too. It's very challenging, I must tell you, but I'm trying. So far, I'm taking in less sugar, and I've cut down on a few of the things, red meat and so on. So it's difficult, but we can do it, Mr. Speaker. I want Mr. Speaker to join colleagues and, pardon me? I want Mr. Speaker to join colleagues and certainly to join the member for Castres South and to congratulate the RSA for all of the work that they've done. Also to thank and congratulate former Minister for Commerce, Minister and member for Soufrière, for Sejac, for all of this very important work. This bill, Mr. Speaker, although it covers industry, environment, it covers a wide range of areas. It's really for national development. For me, Mr. Speaker, as a Minister for Health, Wellness and Nutrition, the impacts on health, on the health sector and the benefits for health interest me very much, Mr. Speaker. For years, we visit the hospitals, we get our x-ray done, we have the microwaves and so on, and many times, I'm sure many of us never thought about all of the possibilities. And as we develop, we notice, Mr. Speaker, international organizations, national organizations continue to ensure that our safety is very important. For the health sector, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have said it more than once that our dream is to have a health sector that responds to the health needs of all St. Lucians, a health sector which focuses progressively on preventative strategies and wellness, and a health sector which is progressively creating an environment which encourages private sector investments in health services to benefit our people, but also to invite patients from everywhere to access high-quality healthcare in St. Lucia. This bill will assist in a significant way in that regard. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, and the member for Castres South alluded to studies that have been done, but in 2021, Adhikari et al., that's Adhikari is a researcher and his colleagues, his companions and others, published works that concluded in the Caribbean countries, we have an increasing number of occupationally exposed workers, and the member for Castres South spoke about it. Many countries in the region, in the Caribbean region, face challenges in our ability to introduce and establish effective radiation protection programs. And in 2019, the Pan American Health Organization itself conducted a study and found that many countries in the Caribbean do not have the legislation on radiation safety, except a few countries. I think Jamaica is an example of a country that has some legislation, and there are one or two others. But most of the countries in the region do not have the legislation and also lack systems for training and education in radiation protection and so on. even experts. We are short on experts in that area. So it is an area, many of the professionals who are currently working in that area, they are, of course, they are knowledgeable about the effects, the impacts, negative and positive, but it is a bill which is, I'm sure, opening up the eyes and the ears of many people who are listening to this debate and beginning to think of new things in terms of radiation. Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries South who presented the bill spoke about the RSA, the authority, and I think I need to mention again the importance of the authority, that they will be responsible for the register, and it's important to remind that this is very important. The inspections are in there, very important. The license, very, very critical. So it is something that will be taken very, very seriously. The occupational exposure, and especially for health workers. The member for Castries South spoke to it, but I want to repeat for emphasis that health workers really are the forefront of possible exposure. I'm very interested in ensuring, as is proposed by the bill, individuals under 18, pregnant and breastfeeding employees, and the medical exposure, ensuring that the calibration of medical equipment, the member for Castries South spoke about that, and I want to emphasize how critical that is, and to say to the health workers, especially those health workers who are dealing with radiology, the X-ray department and so on, at our hospitals and also the private institutions, more and more private health, we see the registration of private facilities, MRI and so on, and all of these have are coming into focus, and this bill addresses what we must do in relation to them. So it is about protecting human lives, as the member for Castries South indicated. And I want to say to the people of St. Lucia, especially our health workers, that this bill focuses on your environment, whether it is the CT scan or the MRI, the X-ray machine, to ensure that the machines are properly calibrated and to ensure that you are working in a safe environment. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I don't take a few minutes to explain in Creole the importance of this. Mr. Speaker, ça nous ka fait aujourd'hui, c'est nous ka garder loi 9, condition 9 pour moun qui ka travaille dans affaires X-ray, MRI et bagay comme ça. Lani, à chaque moun qui ka servi microwave, et lani, à chaque bagay qui sa fait, là où aller à l'hôpital, là où pour X-ray, là pour MRI, ça nous ka fait assez, nous voulons obliger qui c'est moun qui ka travaille, c'est nurse là, c'est docteur, c'est professionnel là qui ka fait X-ray là où aller pour X-ray ou ka ouais, c'est docteur qui mette un gilet là yo, et gilet ça loup, après dit c'est plomb ou bien bail comme ça, yo ka mettre dedans avec peut-être ou pas fin comprendre pour qui ça, c'est docteur avec ces professionnels là qui fait ça. Yo ka dou pour double temps c'était côté pas garder là bail comme ça. Et chambre là ou ka là dedans, ou ka ouais c'est une chambre qui différent. Après dit là regarder ces clasons, yo fait différent. Avec la ni sign un bagay jaune qui ni bagay noir dedans, ka dit radiation. Avec ça gouvernement ça a fait, nous ka mettre loi pour assurer qui les ou même quand patient aller à dedans, ay prend un X-ray ou bien MRI qui toutes ces conditions professionnelles pour pas joindre pièce difficulté. Parce que ces bagailles là, ces machines qui a fait pour X-ray, ça c'est un bagage qui a passé un jambe ou bien un body ou un corps pour garder si os à casser. Avec peut-être si toute bagaille passe en sauve, nous voulons savoir qui toute bagaille s'en sauve. Aussi nous voulons protéger ces gens qui travaillent en X-ray ou bien MRI là. Comme ça c'est loi ça qui a dit tout le monde qui travaille en X-ray ou bien MRI c'est moun sa là ni pour registrer, et c'est moun sa là ni pour prendre instrument, c'est moun sa là ni pour train qualified, et c'est moun sa là ni pour non yo ni pour enregistrer pour assurer que le gouvernement savent, RSA savent, RSA c'est un comité, un ministre commerce, c'est moun sa là savent qui c'est moun sa là qualifié. Quand là où aller dedans, il fait extrait ou bien MRI là, il y a tout ça pour faire, toutes ces bagages là pour mettre gilet avec plomb qui est dedans là, toutes bagages ni pour s'en sauve. Là où aller ouais un dentiste, avec dentiste là qui prend extrait les dents ou quand ouais il mettre un bagage lourd en là, un bagage comme un chorade qui lourd, qui ni plomb différents bagages dedans. Ça c'est pour protéger. So loi ça a dit toutes ces conditions qui ni pour ces chambres ça là pour santé nous pas affecté avec qui a protéger ces moun qui a travailler aussi loi a dit Mr. Speaker qui en Saint-Lucie moun pas amener n'importe bagaille nucléaire bagaille qui ça dommager environnement avec moun qui a travailler en industrie aussi moun qui a travailler en factory peut-être là ni côté ou ka servi bagaille nucléaire avec bagaille comme ça nous va mettre en loi pour assurer que toute bagaille saine et sauve. So Mr. Speaker, I want to support this Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources bill, and I say as Minister for Health, Wellness and Nutrition, also a member of Parliament for the constituency of Vieux-Fort North, that this bill will ensure the safety of not only the workers but also the safety of the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Commerce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess I want to express my support for, my gratitude to my colleagues for the support. In terms of rebuttal, not much, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition says he supports the bill. Made a couple of tangential comments, Mr. Speaker. He compared we doing this to the attempt to put licenses on people for making coals and black pudding. I'm not even sure how you can compare the two. You see, the difference, Mr. Speaker, is that if we were in their case having to address that issue, we would not be reinforcing a license and imposing high fees on individuals for making charcoal and making black pudding. What instead we would have done is to put in measures in place to assist them and support them to make sure the conditions are more hygienic and more community friendly. Instead, they use a different ideological approach. Rather than empowering people to do it properly, they wanted to impose a license and high fees. And that's what the public reacted to. It wasn't us that caused the public to react, Mr. Speaker, but I couldn't see the real relevance. And his second point was that he was hoping this initiative was not imposed on us from outside and it came from within. Does it matter really whether it came from outside or within? The fact is it's necessary. And what's important is that, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of confidence that we in St. Lucia can solve our problems and that we can work together and we have the intellect and the capabilities to deal with our problems, not always for the outside to tell us to solve a problem. But the fact is, it is something good which has been done, and it doesn't really matter to me whether it came from outside or from within. So with those words, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we proceed to committee stage.
Honourable members, the question is that the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Act be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the safe and secure possession or use of radiation sources and radioactive materials, the licensing of an activity, practice, or facility relating to the control of radiation sources and radioactive materials, the protection of persons from ionizing radiation, the management of radioactive waste, emergency preparedness, and response to ionizing radiation exposure, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Purposes.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Application and non-application.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Act binds the Crown.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Part 1, clauses 6 to 8.
Functions and powers of the Regulated Substances Authority.
Part 1, clauses 6 to 8 stands part of the bill. Part 2,
Licensing.
clauses 9 to 27.
Licensing.
Part 2, clauses 9 to 27 stands part of the bill. Part 3, clauses 28 to 63.
Radiation protection.
Part 3, clauses 28 to 63 stands part of the bill. Part 4, clauses 64 to 67.
Radioactive waste management.
Part 4, clauses 64 to 67 stands part of the bill. Part 5, clauses 68 to 74.
Emergency preparedness and response.
Part 5, clauses 68 to 74 stands part of the bill. Part 6, clauses 75 to 86.
Registration of qualified experts and dosimetry service providers.
Part 6, clauses 75 to 86 stands part of the bill. Part 7, clauses 87 to 91.
Miscellaneous.
Part 7, clauses 87 to 91 stands part of the bill. Schedule 1.
Section 2, categories of radiation sources.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Schedule 2.
Section 2, dose limits for ionizing radiation.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Schedule 3.
Section 28, principles of radiation, safety and security of radiation sources.
Schedule 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Health, I trust you see how much walking I'm doing. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Regulated Substances Safety and Security of Radiation Sources Act 2026, This act shall come into force on a date to be fixed by the minister by order published in the Gazette. The minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix different dates for the coming into force of different parts or sections of this act.
The Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Electricity.
Electricity.
Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Energy to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Electricity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the substantive part of my presentation, like my colleague from Soufrière, I want to crave your indulgence and that of colleagues by expressing condolences to the Brim family. In La Pelle, in particular, Kishma would have lost her aunt a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, I also want to express condolences to the Constantine family, also from La Pelle, on the passing of their loved one, Linus Constantine, also known as Manchi. Mr. Speaker, efforts to table the electricity bill have been in the making for the better part of 2 decades. Meetings, seminars, consultations, successive governments have deliberated at cabinet and elsewhere, all in an effort to table an electricity bill in this country. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege to rise to present for the consideration of this Parliament the electricity bill. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, that in trying to explain to some friends of mine the electricity bill, they thought the term electricity bill could have been used interchangeably with light bill. But of electricity bill, we are speaking a piece of legislation that is expected to have a profound impact on the development of our country. And so today, Mr. Speaker, the pleasure is mine to present this piece of legislation for consideration in our Parliament. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia has long benefited from a stable and reliable electricity system. Indeed, our electricity service ranks amongst the most dependable in the OECS and the wider Caribbean. This achievement reflects decades of investment, sound management, and the dedication of those responsible for operating and regulating our electricity sector. However, Mr. Speaker, while our electricity system has served us well, the world around us is ever changing, and so we must adjust and adapt accordingly. The realities of the 21st century demand a new approach, notwithstanding the stability I would have cited in my opening line, Mr. Speaker. We face increasing volatility in global energy markets, persistent geopolitical uncertainty, rising fuel costs, and the growing threat of climate-related disasters. As a small island developing state that imports virtually all its fossil fuels, St. Lucia remains vulnerable to forces beyond our control. The question before us is therefore straightforward. How do we strengthen our energy security, improve affordability, enhance resilience, and create opportunities for our people while maintaining the reliability that consumers have come to expect in the electricity sector? This bill, Mr. Speaker, provides the answer to that question. The electricity bill is not simply a replacement for the existing Electricity Supply Act. It is a modern framework designed to guide the transformation of St. Lucia's electricity sector for decades ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, for the next generation. It creates the legal and regulatory foundation and framework necessary to support renewable energy development, modern electricity services, stronger consumer protection, enhanced resilience, transparent regulation, and increased investment in our national development. Most importantly, it places St. Lucians at the center, Mr. Speaker, at the center of regional and international energy transition. This piece of legislation also serves as a key implementation mechanism for the St. Lucia National Energy Policy 2023 to 2030. The National Energy Policy establishes a vision of a modern, sustainable energy sector based on cost minimization and energy security. The bill, Mr. Speaker, translates that vision into a modern and legal framework capable of supporting the country's energy transition. St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, our beloved St. Lucia, spent approximately $632.3 million on imported fossil fuels in the year 2024. I repeat, St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, spent approximately $632.3 million on imported fuels in 2024. Mr. Speaker, while the Economic and Social Review records that St. Lucia's fuel import bill declined to approximately $380 million in 2025 due to lower global oil prices, recent events have once again demonstrated the vulnerability of our energy sector and our energy systems. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has contributed to the rising international oil prices, and St. Lucians are already feeling the effects through higher electricity fuel surcharges. In a matter of months, the fuel surcharge has risen dramatically from less than 1% per unit earlier this year to more than 30 cents per unit today as we present in this parliament. This demonstrates a simple reality. Our electricity costs remain heavily dependent on events occurring thousands of miles away and entirely outside of our control. Mr. Speaker, the conflict in the Middle East is primarily responsible for the spike in global oil prices. And although we have no part in this conflict, Mr. Speaker, we are impacted in ways that some do not care to appreciate. And so from time to time, you will hear from the other side statements being made as if to suggest that it is our fault as a government that the prices have to escalate. It's politically, Mr. Speaker, expedient for such comments to be made. But those who follow international developments and have an understanding of the geopolitical dynamics of the day will tell you that this is beyond the control of our administration. The recent increase in electricity fuel surcharges serve as a real-time reminder of why this legislation is necessary. Mr. Speaker, what this piece of legislation does is that it opens up an avenue for the exploration of renewable energy. For too long, we have been reliant on a fossil fuel-based system, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated earlier, once the global price of fuel increases, Mr. Speaker, there's a domino effect that is felt here in St. Lucia, in the average home and in the pockets of our people. And that is why I indicated that the increase in electricity fuel surcharge, Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation is a step that is very necessary in giving us some form of insulation from the global events as they happen and the impact that they're having on our country. Every escalation in international conflict, every disruption in global fuel markets, and every increase in oil prices has a direct impact on electricity costs in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, je dis ça en créole. Toutes les l'année en la terre, en place comme Middle East, toutes les moun passe à vendre l'huile. Ça ni en manière côté il a affecté qui quantité moun ka payer pour électricité et puis pour courant en cette ici. So là où on a payé tel amount of l'argent pour bilou avant la guerre et que 2 mois après la guerre a commencé on a payé plus l'argent. Ça c'est plus, Mr. Speaker, nous pas ni pièce choix mais nous pour acheter l'huile et bien ça nous a créé fuel from the pays et qui a venu plus cher et que so mon pour payer plus pour ça yo ka servir la caillou in the form of electricity. This bill provides the framework to gradually reduce that dependence and place greater control of our energy future in the hands of St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation today has been enacted will not solve all our energy issues. It will not ensure immediately full transition, but it is a very important step. And as I indicated when I started, Mr. Speaker, enacting this piece of legislation has been in the making for almost 2 decades. But it represents a critical first step that today we can come to this Parliament, summon the courage to enact the electricity bill. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this legislation is not merely to support renewable energy. Its purpose is to reduce St. Lucia's exposure to precisely the kinds of external shocks that I alluded to earlier. A significant share of the expenditure on imported fossil fuels is used to generate electricity. A significant amount of the monies that we spend as a country to buy fuel beyond the shores of our country is used, Mr. Speaker, to generate electricity. And that underscores the over-reliance on fossil fuels that I would have mentioned earlier. Every dollar spent importing fuel is a dollar that leaves our economy. And we are talking about hundreds of millions. And it was only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, whilst he was on his feet in this chamber, the member for Choiseul alluded to the fact that this money could be used to help bolster national development. And he was even more specific to mention the sectors where he believed that savings from purchasing fuel from outside St. Lucia could have been used. Those sources can be, Mr. Speaker, or the money could be used in healthcare, education, infrastructure, social programs, and economic development ultimately. This is not merely an acknowledgement of how critical it is for us to harness the renewable energy potential that we have. But, Mr. Speaker, it also underscores how much or how costly it can be to a small island developing state like ours. The electricity bill, Mr. Speaker, is not merely here to achieve an environmental objective. It is an economic imperative. The bill provides the framework that will allow us to pursue that objective in a responsible, orderly, and sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation does not stand alone in the energy discourse. It forms part of a broader national effort to modernize St. Lucia's energy sector and implement the vision established under the National Energy Policy 2023 to 2030. That policy sets out a clear national objective: the creation of a modern, sustainable energy sector built upon energy security, affordability, resilience, transparency, and increased local participation. So not only are we here to bolster affordability, ensure affordability to the average consumer, but energy security is a critical component of serious development for small island developing state. Mr. Speaker, we know what happens when we have a blackout for 10 minutes. It has implications for national security, not just from the standpoint of crime suppression, but your hospitals, your schools are all compromised. And I'm saying the time has come, and that is the position of our government, for us to harness the natural resources we have at our disposal to meet our energy needs. And let me say that by enacting this piece of legislation, we will not overnight realize all there is to harness or all there is to realize in the renewable energy subsector. But Mr. Speaker, the time has come when we can no longer rely exclusively on fossil fuels. The National Energy Policy recognizes that St. Lucia remains heavily dependent on imported petroleum products and therefore remains vulnerable to external events over which we exercise no control, and I would have cited that earlier. International conflicts, disruptions in global supply chains, fluctuations in fuel markets, and climate-related disasters all have direct consequences for electricity cost, economic competitiveness, and national development. The policy therefore calls for a deliberate transition towards greater use of indigenous renewable energy resources, increased energy efficiency, enhanced resilience of critical infrastructure, and stronger participation by citizens and businesses in the energy sector. The electricity bill provides the legislative framework necessary to achieve those objectives. It creates the regulatory environment required for investment. So as we speak today, Mr. Speaker, you have one main player in the generation and supply of electricity. It is fossil fuel based, and we have just the one player. But Mr. Speaker, with an open, liberalized renewable energy subsector, it is encouraging the participation of locals. The bill, as I indicated, provides the legislative framework necessary to achieve those objectives. And legislation is necessary for control and to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that things are done in ways that conform to the national development objectives and goals that we would have set for our countries. Mr. Speaker, the bill establishes the rules necessary for renewable energy development. It enables greater participation by independent power producers and self-generators. It supports modern planning processes that place resilience and long-term sustainability at the center of decision-making. In this regard, the bill serves as one of the principal implementation instruments of the national energy policy and provides the legal foundation upon which St. Lucia's energy transition will be built. Mr. Speaker, to enable St. Lucia to transition to a modern electricity system built on affordability, reliability, sustainability, and resilience, this piece of legislation is absolutely necessary and is a catalyst to help us achieve this. Mr. Speaker, the bill will accelerate the integration of renewable energy. The bill will enable the reduction or enable us to be less reliant on imported fuels. It will help us foster greater local participation in the energy transition. So, Mr. Speaker, any citizen in St. Lucia who has a desire to set up solar panels or to harness other forms of renewable energy, the bill will provide a mechanism that will allow for the participation of people. Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the principal differences between the current Electricity Supply Act and the proposed electricity bill, and explain why these reforms are necessary for St. Lucia's future. Mr. Speaker, the current legislation has outlived its usefulness in a global and regional environment where the conversation is about harnessing renewable energy. Just next door, Mr. Speaker, Dominica was able to commission a geothermal plant, which by all accounts will help them meet their electricity demands by almost 100%. Mr. Speaker, the current legislation is not fit for purpose. It was built on traditional models, and it does not meet the demands of today as far as our environmental mandates are concerned and what we can do for environmental preservation. The new bill creates a modern framework for the entire electricity sector. Recognizes renewable energy, distributed generation, energy storage, resilience planning, consumer rights, and independent power producers. It helps align St. Lucia's legislation with modern international and regulatory practices. So, Mr. Speaker, no longer can we come into a parliament as a small island developing state and decide that this is what we want and we're going to do it our way with no consideration for what obtains around us and beyond the shores of the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, we are part of industry. We subscribe to the Sustainable Development Goals, and how we approach our own development agenda in this country must be in sync with what happens regionally and internationally. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I am not saying that we have to concede our creativity. There may be times when we have to tweak and adjust to meet our own peculiar circumstances. But to a very large extent, the developmental agendas that we pursue must ensure that we are aligned with global standards and we do things in a way that, that is globally accepted. This piece of legislation replaces a framework designed for the electricity sector of the 1990s with one capable of supporting the energy sector of the future. Mr. Speaker, the current Act focuses primarily on the operation of a monopoly utility. And we know that Lucilec is the only generator of electricity as we know it on a commercial level and for domestic consumption throughout the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, the new legislation regulates an entire electricity sector rather than one single entity. Once you have the capacity to generate, you become a player in the industry, and you too must be regulated in much the same way larger entities that generate will be regulated. Mr. Speaker, the new bill introduces renewable energy capacity planning, competitive procurement, independent power producer participation, net billing and net metering, self-generation licensing, interconnection standards, renewable energy targets, and Mr. Speaker, the National Energy Policy establishes a target of achieving 50% renewable energy penetration in the electricity mix by 2030. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that this is contained in a document that I subscribe to and we subscribe to as a collective, I believe it is insurmountable for us to achieve a 50% renewable energy penetration in the electricity mix in the next 4 years. But that having been said, Mr. Speaker, we may not realize that particular target, but today we are taking a bold step to underscore the importance of going the renewable energy route as part of our national development. Mr. Speaker, integrated resource and resilience planning. The current Act, no statutory requirement for long-term planning. But with the new bill, long-term demand forecasting, renewable integration planning, energy efficiency planning, climate resilience planning, public consultation are all catered for in the new legislation. So resilience is a fundamental pillar in energy planning. And we recognize that increasing risk posed by climate change, hurricanes, flooding, and other disruptive events, Mr. Speaker, they must be factored in the legislation to provide the necessary safeguards for the public of St. Lucia. The planning provisions contained in this bill ensure that resilience considerations become an integral part of electricity sector decision-making and infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, stronger consumer protection. With the current legislation, there is limited consumer protection provisions. Very limited protection for the average consumer. But with this new bill, consumer rights and obligations are catered for. Compliant resolution mechanisms, service quality standards must be ensured. Billing transparency requirements. Mr. Speaker, as it stands now, if you are told that the surcharge is X amount tomorrow, there's very little you can do to question, to change, or to even agitate with you getting the desired result of a reduction. But with this new bill, consumer protection is assured. Monthly billing requirements, prepaid metering provisions, all contained in this new piece of legislation. Consumers will have clearly defined rights protected on the law and not be at the discretion of the supplier. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation ensures greater transparency and public participation. With the current act, limited opportunities exist for public participation. Limited. With the proposed legislation, public notice of license applications, public review of plans, public consultations, publication of reports and decisions for the public to consume, to review, and to opine on. Mr. Speaker, transparency and public participation are central features of the new framework being proposed by this legislation. Mr. Speaker, and what about regulatory oversight? Again, with the current legislation, there is limited regulatory powers. But the new bill being proposed today provides authority to license participants, establish tariff methodologies, develop grid codes, set service standards, resolve disputes, monitor performance, enhance compliance. And the key message is that the regulator will have the tools necessary to oversee a modern electricity sector. Mr. Speaker, competition safeguards. Competition is healthy. With the current legislation, no dedicated competition framework exists. It does not allow for competition as we speak. But with the new bill, it guards against, Mr. Speaker, monopolistic behaviors. It ensures anti-competitive conduct provisions are in there, Mr. Speaker. So anybody who has any resistance to competition, the bill ensures that your posture will not be tolerated or be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, it guards against the abuse of dominance protections as exists before, oversight merger, market monitoring powers, and the key message is that the bill promotes innovation and investment while protecting consumers. Mr. Speaker, modern tariff regulation. Again, the current act focuses heavily on fuel cost and rate of return regulations. With the new bill, it introduces tariff methodologies, scheduled reviews, extraordinary reviews, cross subsidies, direct subsidies, electricity service levies, and the key message is that the new framework balances affordability, transparency, and financial sustainability. Self-generation and distributed energy. As per the current legislation, Mr. Speaker, no comprehensive framework exists for self-generation and distributed energy. But with the legislation being proposed, it creates self-generation licenses, interconnection agreements, net billing, net metering, export to grid provisions, and the key message, the bill empowers citizens and businesses to become active participants in the energy sector. Electrical safety and licensing. The current act, Mr. Speaker, electrical licensing provisions are largely addressed elsewhere. But with the new bill, electrical licensing authority governance is assured and encouraged. Licensing examinations, inspection requirements, installation approvals, enforcement mechanism. And the key message is that the legislation strengthens public safety through improved regulation of electrical work. Energy sovereignty and national security. And that is perhaps the most critical component or objective with the proposed legislation. Energy sovereignty and national security. The current act does not directly address energy security or resilience. Whereas we know, Mr. Speaker, how critical a role that the electricity company provides in our country at the moment. But as far as legislation is concerned and what is on our books, the current act does not directly address energy security or resilience. But the new bill being proposed today encourages local energy production, supports energy diversification, enables microgrid development, strengthens resilience planning, reduces exposure to international fuel market shocks, and the key message, energy security is national security. The legislation strengthens St. Lucia's ability to control its own energy future by enabling greater use of local renewable energy sources, supporting distributed generation, and strengthening resilience planning. This legislation helps St. Lucia exercise greater control over its energy future. And Mr. Speaker, what are the benefits to the general public? Improve reliability and service standards, fair and transparent pricing, stronger consumer protections, increased renewable energy opportunities, universal access obligations, enhanced disaster preparedness and systems resilience. And the benefits are not only, Mr. Speaker, to the general public, but even the business sector. And I know the member for Soufrière, during her stint as Minister responsible for Commerce, had been applying pressure, Mr. Speaker, asking for the energy bill to come to the Parliament, as she was the one who would interface on a daily basis on behalf of government with the mercantile community. But there are benefits for the business community in much the same way that the public is expected to benefit. Clear pathways for self-generation, predictable grid interconnection processes, competitive renewable energy opportunities, greater tariff transparency, and fair market access. And what about investors, Mr. Speaker? Regulatory certainty, transparent licensing processes, security of investment, competitive procurement opportunities, long-term planning certainty through the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that legislation alone is not sufficient. Government has therefore secured financing from the World Bank through the forthcoming Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we don't just come here to enact legislation and to make policy statements, but we have ensured that we are prepared to go the distance to get the resources that will give expression to the policies and the pieces of legislation that we are proposing in this House. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will support the development of procurement frameworks, strengthen grid infrastructure, facilitate renewable energy financing, reduce investment risk, develop a pipeline of renewable energy projects. This is, Mr. Speaker, implementation in action. Addressing potential concerns, and there were quite a few concerns, and I would have said when I started, Mr. Speaker, that the consultative process was a very lengthy one. It predates, or it started long before I assumed responsibility for energy. And for decades, we had ministers and technical persons meeting with the public, meeting their counterparts in trying to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, the electricity bill was drafted and it would see the light of day. The potential concerns with this legislation, will this legislation increase the price of electricity? If we fail to modernize our framework, our framework would leave St. Lucia increasingly exposed to international fuel price volatility. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we can continue along the same path. And do not appreciate the need for modernization. But if we do, we would be exposing ourselves to the volatility of the international fuel market. This bill strengthens oversight, it improves planning, and creates pathways for reducing dependence on imported fuels. Mr. Speaker, no single piece of legislation can transform an electricity sector overnight. The transition to a modern, affordable, sustainable, and resilient energy future will require investment. It will call for innovation. It must ensure partnership. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, there must be commitment not only from the government, but from the private sector and all other interests who are expected to be impacted positively by the enactment of this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, however, meaningful transformation must begin with the right foundation. And that is why we are here today. The electricity supply bill, or the electricity bill, provides us with that foundation. It modernizes legislation developed for a different era. It strengthens consumer protection. It enhances transparency and accountability. It promotes investment and innovation. It supports renewable energy development. It improves resilience in the face of climate change and natural disasters. And it creates new opportunities for citizens and businesses to participate directly in the energy sector. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it positions St. Lucia to take greater control of its energy future. This legislation is about affordability. It is about reliability. It is about sustainability. It is about resilience. It is about strengthening our national sovereignty and creating the conditions for long-term economic growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully commend this bill to this honorable House and seek the support of all members in advancing this important piece of legislation for the benefit of present and future generations in this country. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to not place on the record my gratitude and that of the government to all the individuals who have participated in drafting this piece of legislation. I want to thank my predecessor, ministers with responsibility for energy, the various government agencies, private sector entities, in particular Lucia, Mr. Speaker, for their contribution to this bill. Up until last week, Lucia was engaging the staff from the Department of Energy, ensuring that all the concerns, Mr. Speaker, were addressed, and that, to use a word that the member for Grosley has been using very often these days, to ensure that symbiotic relationship between the energy supplier, Lucia, and the Department of Energy. I want to thank collaborating agencies, private sector individuals, in particular Sir Calix George Sr. for his feedback, and Dr. James Fletcher, who today, Mr. Speaker, serves as an envoy to CARICOM, but in a previous life, he had responsibility for the energy portfolio in the cabinet of St. Lucia. I want to thank the Permanent Secretary and Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Department of in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Port Services and Energy, the current DPS and her predecessors, the technical officers, in particular, Mr. Speaker, those in the gallery today. Chairman, Fabian is here, Terence is here, Kurt is not here, but he too would have worked extensively, and so many officers who contributed to putting this piece of legislation together. Mr. Speaker, there will not be an immediate reduction in electricity bills tomorrow because we've enacted the legislation. In the first instance, we will have containment, and down the road, you will begin to see a reduction in the price of electricity in this country. We have the whole issue of self-generation. You will be able, with your solar panels, to generate electricity at home. And the excess energy or electricity, that you produce will either go back to the grid or you will have batteries to store at home. This will ensure a reduction. You will see a reduction in your bill when you generate excess electricity at home. Let me say that this piece of legislation is work in progress. Like many others before it, Mr. Speaker, we may from time to time have to come back to the Parliament to tweak as necessary. But what is important and fundamental here today is that we are putting on our books the electricity bill to open up avenues and pathways for the proper and responsible exploration of renewable energy sources in our country to lessen our dependence on fossil fuel and the vulnerabilities that come with this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I commend to this honorable House the electricity bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the electricity bill be read a second time. Member for Castries East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to compliment the Minister and all those involved in making that bill a reality. Mr. Speaker, I'm the first to admit that there's been a cry all over the region and the world from investors, from business people, on when are we going to have an alternative means of supply of electricity all over the world. Investors every day tell you that when will St. Lucia give them the opportunity to diversify their source of power. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill took a long time in coming. There's lots of consultation, lots of discussion, lots of views, Mr. Speaker. And even this version, I'm sure, will get some level of criticism from some people, some pushback from some people who would believe that the government has not gone far enough, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure them that, and as the Minister said, this is a work in progress. It's a giant step, but we are taking that giant step in small steps, which may sound paradoxical. But, Mr. Speaker, coming from where we were before, in terms of the monopoly of the power company, and I remember coming to this house and debating an amendment to the Supply Act, to the Electricity Supply Act, from that exclusive monopoly, and a word that is used very frequently, it is the rate of return, the return on equity, ROI. That the company was given and established. They had to have a particular return on investment. They had to have a particular return on investment. We came from there. And we are reaching a point where we're going to get an alternative source of energy, the alternative source of electricity, Mr. Speaker. I think we've come a very long way. I will not go into the details. The Minister has gone into these details, but I want to assure the public, particularly the small consumer, the consumer who will not be able to put a panel on their home, the consumer who will never be able, until the prices of these panels come down tremendously, because as the consumer will not be able, we want to assure them that the government will protect them. We are going to assure them that we are going to protect the small consumer. We're going to be going to protect the small man, the household that now probably only has one bulb or two bulbs at their homes. We are going to protect them. The government is going to protect them. I can give them that assurance, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have heard about the volatility of electricity prices. Right now, the price of electricity is high, and the politicians are having their say. But that's what happens, Mr. Speaker. The truth is, St. Lucia has no control over the price of oil. We never had, and unless something happens, we will never have. And when there was an attempt to find oil in St. Lucia, it ended up in there was an attempt, Mr. Speaker. There was an attempt, and up to now there are some people who still believe that there is oil in St. Lucia. But as usual, people did not give it a chance, and it ended up in a whole Grindberg situation. But Mr. Speaker, I think the government is doing the right thing by enacting this bill. We will make the necessary amendments when the time comes, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to give you a little example, Mr. Speaker. There was a blackout in Jamaica last week. There was a complete blackout. And somebody posted, now somebody showed that to me, be sure, on social media, Kingston, a few years ago when there's a blackout, and then this time when there's a blackout, and half of Kingston had light and the other part was in darkness because of renewable energy in Kingston. It showed the remarkable transition because of renewable energy. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to compliment the minister and the former minister and all those who put in their energy in this energy bill. All of those who have the ideas, because it's a very sustainable use of sustainable use of solar and wind, Mr. Speaker, has become a very emotional topic. People are very emotional about it. People get very excited. People get very, very animated when we speak about that. With good cause and with good reason. If we have so much sun and we have wind sometimes, why are we paying? Why do we have to import at such a high price to run get our power? So, Mr. Speaker, it's a work in progress. I want to assure the public that when amendments are necessary, the government will make these amendments, Mr. Speaker. So I congratulate the minister, and I look forward to this bill creating some form of revolution in the electricity supply in St. Lucia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Eco South.
Mr. Speaker, this is probably one of the more and most important bills that we've had to debate in recent times. Electricity has been discussed by several people, not only here today, but as far back as I can remember. This conflict that we have been confronted with, Mr. Speaker, this conflict of reliable electricity and the cost of electricity. And I've listened to so many debates for so long, as I'm sure members on the opposite side, and certainly the business community and households have heard this debate, where any attempt to change what the current system is, environment of providing electricity, is spoken about, there's immediate pushback. So no matter how much you complain about the cost, no matter you show that the cost relative to other places in the world as to how much higher it is, and I always make that example. Sandals Grand as an example, Mr. Speaker, that today, last time I checked, was over $1 million a month in electricity bills. If that same hotel was in Tobago, or in Trinidad, or in Cancun, or Playa del Carmen in Mexico, their bill would be less than $100,000. And for some novices, it's difficult to digest that. That where are you going, where does a business make up that kind of money? That cost $900,000 a month more in electricity. And particularly a business that is competing globally. So when I said yesterday that in my own little hotel, that the 30 cents surcharge that Lucia is charging, the equivalent of it is $20,000 a month, which is $240,000 a year. That does not add any added value. No additional productivity. That's just coming straight from your bottom line. As it is in a household. That today, I'm paying X number of dollars for electricity, and all of a sudden there's a surcharge. Nothing in my life has changed. I'm not getting any more services, and the cost of what I'm getting goes up. And that money is going to come where? At the expense of other things that I would have used the money for. You know, I was involved in the airline business. And I always used to, again, use that example that when a plane would take off, the fuel price does not make the plane go faster. Doesn't allow it to go higher, doesn't make your trip any more comfortable. It's just an added cost. An added cost, as I've said repeatedly, to the productivity and the competitiveness of our business community, and also to the livelihoods of individual solutions. And that's what makes this bill so important. So I congratulate the government for bringing it up. I certainly can tell you that when I was the Prime Minister and we were in office, this was something that was so important. And while there were those who wanted to talk about the sale of shares, because there are two key government entities that own shares in Lucia, that is the Castries City Council and NIC. But there's a threshold of 20% that's required in order to have a board of directors. So in essence, what we did is one entity had a substantially more than 20%, the other one was slightly below 20%, and we just did an interchange where one bought shares from the other in order to be able to get another board of directors on it. So the government entities and the public themselves would have the majority of board of directors on there. And why did I think that that was necessary, Mr. Speaker? For the same reasons that the member from Castries South has said. There are sometimes you have to make some very difficult decisions. And Lucia, under the old division of shares and the board of directors, was resisting at all times any attempt to be able to make the necessary changes. So let me say from the onset that while I applaud this initiative, it does not go far enough. And in typical form, not of this government, but in the typical form of when we draft legislation, we leave way too much ambiguity. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, when we're now talking about two different boards, a commission and an authority. And the commission is who? According to this legislation, NERC. NERC has become the commission. And very clear, if I read here, the functions of the Commission are to receive and consider applications for licenses, determine, approve, issue, monitor, amend, or revoke licenses, including self-generating licenses, establish a grid code, establish and provide tariff schemes, determine and monitor electricity service standards, establish, maintain, review, and amend performance and technical rules standards, and it goes on. And then there's an authority which also has its own objectives in this scheme. So where are my concerns? We've heard everybody say it today. The problem is a monopoly. And a monopoly that is established on a nuance. One, I have to say, that many people in St. Lucia have not really appreciated, because I heard the Prime Minister trying to articulate it, and it wasn't clear what he was trying to say. The provision that Lucia has been given that is the most vexing issue, the one that has been the cause of the problems that we have today, is because they've been guaranteed an ROI of 12%, 15% on their investment. Not on their operations, on their investment. And hence, Lucia has been predatorial in not allowing other companies or entities to generate electricity. Because it's common sense. If you allow somebody else to come and generate and invest in the generation of electricity, that means that the company would have lost an investment opportunity. And hence, both sides can hopefully admit this power purchase agreement. How many people have come and then hit a wall? Because the only entity that can give them the power purchase agreement has been Lucia. And Lucia won't give it to them. And where's the problem? The problem is that without any further major investment, other than the technology of converting the sun into energy, the base infrastructure for that investment already exists. So think of a manufacturing plant that already has a roof. All it has to do is to put solar power on it. I've used the example of, and I'm sure the member from Soufriere would know that, the distillery. An output of producing rum has been steam for years. When you go there and you see these big boilers, steam, 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 hot energy, that the technology is there to convert that steam into electricity. So it means that all the distillery would have had to do is to purchase that technology to convert it. But the problem that they've had, what they're consuming in electricity is insufficient by itself to pay for it. So here's an output in manufacturing which they cannot realize any monetary gain for. And all these years, they've not been able to get into a power purchase agreement with Lucia that they can sell back to the grid. And for us, as a nation, that if the distillery can reduce its cost of production and maybe hopefully expand even further because of its competitiveness, that there is a benefit to all of us as a country. And that has been my dilemma, and I think with a lot of other people, is I have to say that Lucia has been anti-development, and that it almost comes across, whereas the nation has to stand around and support Lucia and their profits, but we suffer. And as I said, every single time there's a push, we're told, but we're the most reliable. And so don't change it. But nobody has measured very clearly the term I'm going to use, the opportunity cost. The opportunities that were lost because of the lack or the inefficiency or the high cost of our production. This bill doesn't go far enough, in my humble opinion, in changing that. Because on one hand it says we've gotten rid of the exclusivity, but from the beginning, the first part, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. The first part says it revokes the old one, but maintains the exclusivity of Lucia. I'm trying to find it, Mr. Speaker. I'll find, but I know that 100% for sure that I'm right. It preserves the exclusivity. If you insist, I will be. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I know 100% for sure, I read it, where it revokes the old act, but preserves the exclusivity of distribution. And I want to make it clear, I don't want to be misquoted. No, not of distribution. No. Listen, I'm going to get there. Okay? It preserves the exclusivity in producing electricity using fossil fuels and also distribution. And also then gives them the right to apply for a license for the production of use of green energy. Let me repeat that again. They remain the exclusive producers of electricity when it comes to using fossil fuel. They remain the exclusive distributors of electricity, and they can apply for a license like everybody else for the production of green energy. And hence my difficulty with the ambiguity in the NERC, because the NERC does not spell out clearly what that is. In fact, the NERC has powers in these ambiguous language to determine how much they're going to allow people to produce. And that's been a vexing issue as well, because the thresholds we've had previously have been too small to allow people or for the financial way of making those investments, because the amount that they could sell back to the grid was too small of an amount. And this piece of legislation, I don't think goes far enough in saying there should be none, and what that criteria is going to be. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Section 23. A license of the company granted under the repeal of the Act, thank you, Mr. Speaker, continues under the Act as an exclusive network license for the generation from fossil fuel, transmission and distribution and supply of electricity to the general public, except for and under this Act. So to me, it doesn't go far enough, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to read the rest of it. The Commission, NERC, shall issue to the company an exclusive network license. The company, which is NERC, shall pay to the Commission an annual network license fee. The Commission shall not grant an exclusive network license for the generation from fossil fuels, transmission and distribution of supply to anybody else. The Commission shall issue to the company, on receipt of the information or documents required by the Commission, a license for the 3 megawatt solar farm operating. So you're giving them a license for what already exists. I buy all that. But when we get into the regulations of the NERC, it's too ambiguous. If we're going to allow now for what we call renewable energy, whether it's wind, whether it's solar, whether it's steam, whatever, open it up. And I'm very concerned, and in fact, I would love the minister to clarify this in my mind. To clarify the situation that right now I know that there are persons who have decided to go off the grid and to be self-reliant on electricity themselves. Self-generation. Yes? I'm confused as to whether they're still allowed to do that, because I see provisions here where it talks about self-generation and the need to apply for a license. So it's almost like we're going backwards. Because once you're licensed now, what you're being told is you can't produce for yourself unless you have the permission. And there are some very heavy penalties and rules for that license, and if you're not following that, you can be excluded. Whereas right now, people are, I know several people who have just said, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. I'm going to produce, excuse me? No, it's not. The license for Lucia is for fossil fuel. I've gone past that. I've said that there's also now a provision for self-generation, in which persons who are self-generating, who are independent or getting off the grid, also required now in this piece of legislation to have a license. And I'm not making a statement. I'm just finding out, is that true? Because right now that's not been the case. And now those persons are going to have to be going through a bureaucracy in order to be, excuse me. What's wrong with that? Because you control them. So if I've decided to go off the grid and I'm going to go and depend on myself, I've already said I'm going to suffer the consequence of not having Lucia as the backup. You're now trying to pull those people back in and regulate them? For what? No, man. If I'm going to get my house a pass in planning approval, electrician comes and approves my electricity. How I produce my electricity is not what's up for planning approval. All of a sudden now you're going to tell the average man. No, you see, I covered that. I said that there are regulations that when you go to build your home that you have to have the right electricity. I get that. But we're talking about the production of electricity. Because once you produce electricity, then it goes through your wiring system in your home, which ought to be certified. Nobody's arguing about that. What I'm arguing about is, why would we change the system right now? Why do you want to put these people on a license? I don't mind. I have no difficulty if they're going to be on their license if in fact there's going to be net metering or buy all sell all. No, if I'm going to have a house and I believe my roof is big enough or whatever I have that I can produce an excess amount of electricity and it behooves me to sell it back into the grid, I get that I'm going to be licensed. But if I've decided I don't want to be on the grid, I'm not interested in selling my excess electricity, why are we licensing them? Why are we creating the added bureaucracy in that particular circumstance? We have one of these famous provisions again. I love these provisions, Mr. Speaker, and then again it speaks to my point. A long thing about what reports are supposed to be produced to the minister, and we always end it with, after it's presented to the minister, after within 3 months, it shall come to Parliament. We don't do anything to enforce it. I mean, Mr. Attorney General, I'm not putting the burden on you exclusively, but there has to be something, a provision where there's some level of penalty when we have statutory agencies or boards that are required by an act to produce these reports back to Parliament, and when they don't do it, cannot be life as we know it. We have a business licensing commission, correct? And in that business licensing commission, if you don't pay your taxes, if you don't do your right things, your license is not renewed. And so there becomes a motivation to do it. It's time for us to hold our statutory agencies, all of them, accountable. And if they don't do it, right, then they cannot continue to function. And we can go down the list. Yes, I'm not here putting it on you. I'm not. I said to the Attorney General, I'm not putting the burden on you, sir. I'm saying that this is something that we have to confront, because the word shall seems to be lost its meaning without there being any kind of enforcement. And I don't know whether Parliament is the one that takes the enforcement, Mr. Speaker, because it's a report that is obligated to come to Parliament. And it's not. Whether it's the Tourism Authority, whether it's CIP, whether it's SSDF, we can go down the list of entities that are not producing these reports. And here we go again. 2 different boards, both of them being required by using the word shall. And I know the speaker knows the difference between may and shall in legal terms. And it's very clearly it shall. What happens if it doesn't do it? This is the part I was speaking to. The Commission shall, after consultation with network licensees, the ministry responsible for energy, and other stakeholders, and the Commission considers necessary to consult, set and publish in the Gazette newspaper, I'm reading Section 9, Mr. Speaker, and on the government website, on the media, or by electronic means, the maximum amount of renewable energy capacity that may be individually connected to the grid and the cumulated targeted installed capacity of the renewable. I honestly, that's a vexing clause for me. After all of the discussions we've had, how long this has been going through, you're telling me that we can't establish at least some basic numbers here, that we're going to leave it to the discretion of this board that remains nebulous to the average solution? Why are we doing that? That's almost saying, like, you know what? It's just there in words. And that's why maybe the minister is saying that we're not going to see any immediate changes, Mr. Speaker. Because there's nothing obligating any major changes. It's almost like we're seeing what the problem is, but we really don't want to touch what's really the problem, which is this contract that Lucia has. And I got excited yesterday because when the former Minister of Energy said there's a change and that Lucia is going to be an exclusive distributor of electricity, I said, oh, great. Right? See, but that would require a fundamental change to the contract that they have. An applicant for a license shall submit an application in the prescribed form of the Commission. Again, all basic stuff, and to me, the ambiguity of this and the bureaucracy of this, I don't think is going to generate the results that we're looking for. The Commission may issue an exclusive or non-exclusive generation of license, network license, an exclusive generation license issued under subsection 1. May specify exclusivity in terms of the source of renewable energy or specified area of specified period. Why are we giving out more exclusivities? And you know, we make this blanket statement about ROI. ROI in this particular instance matters because that's the balance. How can we make sure the company is making enough money to produce reliable electricity, but to do it at a cost that allows the country to be viable? And certainly the discussions I was part of when I was in government, you have fossil fuel, you have LNG, and what's the difference between the two? Oil and gas, liquid gas, is that the price stability of liquid gas is much less volatile. And also the use of liquid gas, while it does not eliminate emissions entirely, significantly reduces emissions. And emissions, let's face it, emissions are not St. Lucia's problem. If you look at our footprint, we're not the problem in the world. So if we take the attitude that we're going to try to reduce emissions, I think it's a great thing. But I don't think we should box ourselves in where it's going to cost us much more money, simply to say that we're trying to reach this target and then make us ourselves and our economy and the quality of our households much worse. There's the functions of the power of the authority, receiving and considering determining the application for electrical licenses, receiving and determining complaints against the electrical licensees, examining, testing, evaluating, licensing of electric persons. And I get some of this stuff, but I'm concerned that if we're really trying to target households, because where the real cost savings for households is going to be, Mr. Speaker, is having a solar power and being able to sell into the grid, whether it's through a buy-all, sell-all mechanism or through a net metering. It mentions both. I guess the study will continue to determine which one is the best way. But until the little man can be producing electricity and netting off, that's when he's going to see the substantial changes. And I get a sense that we're making this overly bureaucratic. And I've just seen the history of St. Lucia, that when we're starting to create more bureaucracy, it doesn't achieve the things that we would like to see them achieve. Mr. Speaker, as an example, Section 12(1)(I) allows an applicant to provide other information that the Commission considers necessary. This is Section 12(1). It's either L or I, I'm not sure which one it is. And it has the term, in quotes, other information that the Commission considers necessary. What does that mean? And is there a better way to put that? I mean, replace it with reasonably necessary for determining the application. At least keep the language to the subject matter that we have. Another one was other considerations that the Commission considers appropriate. What conditions exactly? And why are they not listed in the bill? Special circumstances. Great hardship. No definition. What are the financial hardships? What are the operational hardship? What's the political hardship? The great one here is national security. We love to use that word. Used repeatedly to modify licenses, suspend licenses, and revoke licenses. What is that? What is the national security that would cause us to have to make all those things happen? Spell it out. What exactly constitutes a national security threat under this act? What? What? The minister may exempt ministries, departments or agencies from the act. So why would we want to exempt government and not exempt businesses? Why does it apply to everybody else? Probably, Minister, the most significant clause here that needs proper explanation, and it's on Section 30. Purchase price to be paid by government on revocation of network license. So am I to presume we're talking about the revocation of LUSLEC? I don't know if the Attorney General wants to help you on that, Minister. So where a network license is revoked under Section 20, the government shall pay to the respective registered debt holders of the company, which the company is obliged to purchase, a purchase price equal to the outstanding amount of the principal monies represented by the debt held at the date of the revocation of the network. The government shall pay the respective registered debt holders of the company, because I'm saying that because, Mr. Attorney General, it defines the company in this document as LUSLEC. So I don't know if it is to say any company or if it's making reference to the company, which is LUSLEC, Section 30. You follow me? Yeah. and companies defined as being loose-lick. So are we putting a provision in here which may, that's for you and the Director of Finance, the invisible Director of Finance, to help us. Is this creating a liability to the state? And by chance, by putting in this provision, Mr. Minister, have you worked out what that liability is? Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
The company has 2 meanings on the Interpretation Act.
Okay.
It says loose-lick and somebody authorized by loose-lick.
But they still come back both to loose-lick because loose-lick is the one who's approving the company. So I'm just saying to you, so it means, which makes it even more worse. It makes the exposure even worse. So you're telling me a company that's approved by loose-lick, right, that may or may not have any government involvement, and if by chance we decide to buy that company out, it's creating a liability to the state. So I don't know if that was the intention. Section 31 says where the network license of the company is revoked, a debt holder or shareholder may, after notifying Cabinet in writing, request an independent and qualified value to determine the fair market price. So one, I have the contingent liability that this may have indirectly created. I just want to alert government to it. But secondly, I believe that there needs to be an amendment before we leave today. That if in fact that this section is invoked, that it must come to Parliament. I don't think that the decision to buy out a company, revoke their license and have to pay them out should be something left exclusively to the minister. I don't think so. And I like my Minister of Energy a lot. But honestly, I don't even think that he should want to have that responsibility to have that make that decision because it may be quite a significant amount of money. Everything in this thing is the minister. Once it passes the commission, the authority, the commission, it's the minister.
Number 31 speaks to cabinet, independent.
Yes.
What is the minister?
The minister is the one who's bringing it to cabinet after the decision is made. And I'm just saying that whether it's the minister or cabinet by themselves, they should not be. It should be that it comes back to Parliament. If in fact that this section is invoked. And if we're talking about transparency and accountability, and that we know what it is, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, if this is going to be a liability. And those things, to me, fall under the responsibility of Parliament. And I think that we should not leave it to any ambiguity or to any consideration of anyone. I believe that it should come back to Parliament. Absolutely. Absolutely. I said I would like to propose that before we leave today, Mr. Speaker, that we at least make that one amendment to allow that any decision under 30 and 31, that the final decision comes to Parliament. So let me end by this, Mr. Speaker. If I was not clear, Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate it. The opposition supports the modernization of St. Lucia's electricity sector. We support renewable energy. We support greater energy security. We support stronger regulation and consumer protection. What we do not support is legislation that grants broad powers without sufficient safeguards, entrenches monopolies without adequate justification, and potential exposure to taxpayers to significant liabilities without meaningful parliamentary oversight. The bill 169, section 169. Sorry, this bill has 169 sections. It will shape the electricity sector for decades. Therefore, our responsibility is not simply to applaud its intentions, but to scrutinize its provisions. And that scrutiny comes with a long history. We know what some of the problems are, and we've just been scared to tackle them. The contract we have with Lucia has passed its time. And while I understand the level of investment that Lucia has made, Lucia has not moved with the kind of pace that it understands that it is a significant part of the competitiveness of our country. So I heard recently Lucia say how great the solar farm was doing, right? How come we've not produced more? The idea of liquefied gas has been there forever. The generators have been coming to their end. Now is the time. I've not heard of any kind of statements by Lucia as to what it's going to be doing to maintain its efficiency, but to reduce the overall cost. The government presents this bill as a reform measure designed to promote competition and modernize the electricity sector. Yet when we examine the bill closely, we find a contradiction. Part 1, Division 9 speaks about competition and anti-competitive conduct. Yet Section 23 continues the company's exclusive network license and prohibits any person from generating electricity from fossil fuels or transmitting, distributing, or supplying electricity to the public. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental question is, how can government claim to be liberalizing the electricity sector while simultaneously preserving an exclusive monopoly? The people deserve an answer. A second concern relates to the extraordinary direction given through the bill. Repeatedly, we see phrases such as other information that the Commission considers necessary, conditions the Commission considers fit, and other conditions that the Commission considers appropriate. Mr. Speaker, legislation should establish clear rules, not open-ended direction. Good governance requires objective criteria. A citizen applying for a license should know what is required and should know what he is entitled to. An investor should know what standards apply. A regulator should be guided by law rather than the unlimited discretion. And once we as parliamentarians in approving legislation continue to allow it to be vague, in essence what we're doing is passing on that discretion. I think that your former leader spoke the same thing about the courts. When we are ambiguous in our legislation, it gives the power to the judge and the magistrates. A citizen applying for license should know what is required. The opposition is therefore concerned that many of these provisions are overly broad and insufficiently defined. My third concern relates to the taxpayers. Section 30 and 31 create obligations upon the government if a network license is revoked. The state may be required to purchase debt and shares at a fair market price. I ask, what is the maximum financial exposure of the people of St. Lucia under these provisions? Has government calculated that figure? Has Cabinet received the analysis? Has Parliament been provided with any analysis? Because if the answer is no, then Parliament is being asked to approve a potential significant contingent liability without knowing its value. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, another issue, there was no slip there, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Another issue is the exemption power in Section 3. The bill allows the minister, by order, to exempt a ministry, department, or government agency from the operation of the Act. And I respectfully ask, why should government agents be permitted to escape rules that private sector operations must obey, especially in an economy this small? If the standards contained in this bill are necessary for safety, accountability, and efficiency, then they should apply equally to all. The opposition is also concerned by the repeated reliance on the phrase national security to justify modifications, suspensions, and revocations of licenses. Yet the bill does not define national security. What does it mean? Who determines it? What safeguards exist against abuse? A concept of such significance should not be left entirely undefined. Mr. Speaker, despite these concerns, we acknowledge the bill contains positive provisions. The establishment of a modern regulatory framework, the promotion of renewable energy, the introduction of public consultation procedures. And on that, I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, and you'll recall that the last time this bill came to the House and it was pulled back, I specifically publicly asked the minister that if the opposition could be given a consultation. I want to say that never happened. The opposition was never invited, we never were given an opportunity, and so therefore my remarks today are based on simply me having to interpret things that could have come out in a consultation. And again, I know we have a new minister, and minister, it's not your fault, I'm not blaming you, but this is something that as parliamentarians, particularly in opposition, on difficult bills like this where there should be no politics being played, a simple way of resolving that is by having a briefing before. However, legislation must be judged not only by what it seeks to achieve, but also by its powers it creates. Accordingly, the opposition proposes 3 sensible amendments. First, clear statutory definition of what a national security is. Second, Parliament's oversight of any exemption granted by the minister under Section 3. Third, mandatory disclosure to Parliament of the financial implications of any future revocation of a network license. Mr. Speaker, our duty is not to object reform. Our duty is to ensure that the reform is transparent, accountable, fair, and sustainable. The electricity sector is too important to be governed by ambiguity. Consumers deserve protection. Taxpayers deserve accountability, and Parliament deserves oversight. For those reasons, while supporting the objective electricity reform, the opposition urges government to accept amendments that have strengthened the accountability and improved this legislation before it reaches its final passage. One of the consumers of potential electricity, and again, we know economies of scale make a very big difference, Minister. I'm hoping that in going in this direction, that the introduction of fast tracking, because we're seeing it's taking place globally, of the use of electrical vehicles. And so if we're really talking about reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and the cost implications it has, and we've seen the gas prices going up and down, etc. It creates instability, it's a shock. That maybe getting people to convert to electrical cars faster is better. I mean, when you look at China and you look at some of these other larger countries that are doing this at a fast pace, I can tell you in the States right now, the conversion is very fast. And certainly, I don't know if the numbers have been worked out, Minister, but by converting cars, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong, 30% of our energy consumption right now is coming from the cars in terms of the amount of fossil fuel that we're importing. I don't know what that, I've heard that that's the number, okay? But the point is that if all of a sudden that we had 100% use of electrical cars, and we're going down this mechanism, does that now create an extra demand? Because, you know, I'm not saying that this is an easy job, because the balance that you have to find in the initial stages is a reliable source of energy to make sure that LUSLEC is providing a reliable service. And if we have dark clouds, etc., that it may impact solar. But I know that the battery technology is getting better by the day. So I don't think 4 years or 5 years to see that the majority of our consumption is coming from renewable energy. Which brings in why this bill, Mr. Speaker, is obsolete before it even begins. So imagine if all of a sudden we're consuming electricity and we're producing more electricity People are putting the solar panels on their things. Manufacturers are putting it on. We're able to harness the steam energy from the distillery, and other people are coming up with ideas. And we have an excess amount of energy, of renewable energy. How do we now match that with the license we're giving Lucia to produce energy using fossil fuels? Because it's becoming obsolete from the day. And if we're talking about a 4-year, 5-year timeline, Lucia doesn't have a whole lot of time. And all of a sudden, what does it mean? That Lucia will then, at that point, be the exclusive distributor of electricity. But their financial model has been destroyed. I don't think they should have to depend more on fossil fuel and the rate of return they're getting on fossil fuel. But I'm just saying, if we truly want to become energy independent, which is what I'm hearing from the government, I applaud, it automatically is going to undermine the contract that Lucia has. And so why don't we bite that bullet now? I would have much preferred if there was an agreement with Lucia that they would be the sole distributors. There's a timeline. They know that they're not going to be reinvesting in their turbines, etc. And we're going to go all out to get as much green energy produced. And I want to say, I don't know what the new number is now, Minister, but again, it's a threshold number. When I was Prime Minister, green energy was the equivalent of $75 a barrel of oil. So it means if oil was below $75, in essence, it was costing us money. But if it was higher, we were preserving. I know the technology is moving very fast. I don't know what that threshold is, but it's a number certainly that you and your team should have in mind in how fast we're going to make that conversion. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I certainly hope that the recommendations that we're making, the amendments we're making, will be taken in good faith, and it's not one in which we're trying to be mischievous in any way. So again, we support it. We support everything that this bill stands for, but we believe that there's some nuances that should be resolved. And I gave 3 such amendments that we felt should happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Swazelle Saltibus, just hold 1 minute, member, so that we can get there. Yes, you may proceed now.
Was that? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my full and unwavering support to the Honorable Minister for Infrastructure and Energy on the passage of this landmark electricity bill. This bill was a long time coming, and any attempt to oppose or fight this transformative legislation, Mr. Speaker, will put the perpetrator on the absolute wrong side of history. Before I delve into the mechanics of this bill, I must take a moment to highlight the administrative and strategic genius of our Prime Minister. Previously, when it came to utilities, one man held all the cards. He was the policymaker, he was the operator, and he was the regulator. Mr. Speaker, you cannot be the player, the referee, and the man selling the tickets all at the same time. When the operator and the regulator police themselves, it is the consumer who suffers. But our Prime Minister dismantled those silos. He separated the powers to create ultimate accountability. Mr. Speaker, the governance of our utility sector is now built on clear, distinct pillars of responsibility. Today, my colleague, the Minister for Energy, sets the strategic policy. My colleague, the Minister for the Public Service, oversees the administrative relationship with the regulator, as in the case of the NUC. Note my words carefully, Mr. Speaker. I did not say he oversees the NUC. This would be very irresponsible of me. After all, the NUC is an independent institution. The NUC independently monitors the market and adjudicates all tariff adjustments independently. But where does my ministry stand in all this? The Ministry for Public Utilities is responsible for the operational aspects of our utilities. We are responsible for the execution, the customer experience, the reliable delivery, and the everyday reality of the people of St. Lucia. So today, Mr. Speaker, I do not speak on the high-level policy. My colleague has done that brilliantly, exceptionally well. I am looking at this bill through the eyes of the consumer, through the eyes of the people of Choiseul Saltibus, the young businessmen and women, and even the fishers from Choiseul Saltibus who pay high energy costs for refrigeration, etc. People like Darius. And I look at it, Mr. Speaker, through the eyes of a man who spent 25 years in that field. I didn't just read about the grid in a binder. I worked the grid. I felt the energy in my hands and in my heart. And I can tell you today, Mr. Speaker, this bill is bringing St. Lucia into a new age. Division 7 of this bill introduces robust consumer rights. Mr. Speaker, rights of the consumer. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are creating a framework for prepaid metering. Prepaid metering, Mr. Speaker. Do you know what that means for the common man? It means control. It means a single mother can manage her electricity the same way she manages her cell phone credits. No more shock bills at the end of the month. No more anxiety when the mail arrives. What this means, Mr. Speaker, for short-term rentals and Airbnbs means that, you know, for short-term rentals, you have people coming in for a very short time and going out. And then you have what you call change of names happening. So people have to bring a lot of documentation and then go into Lucio's office and get the name changed and things of that sort. With this prepaid metering, you don't need that. You could actually buy your credits, you come in, you use as you wish, and then you move along. And for our most vulnerable, this bill establishes a formal framework for direct subsidies, guaranteeing a lifeline tariff so no family is left in the dark. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is a profoundly important aspect of this bill. This legislation explicitly enabled the government to enter into an agreement with the utility company to provide electricity to the less fortunate at a subsidized rate. This is much like what we are successfully doing today in the telecommunications sector, where 5,000 households are currently provided with basic cable and high-speed internet at a heavily subsidized rate of just $22 a month. I heard the leader of the opposition attack this bill yesterday and today. But he won't tell the public about that section, will he? Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is wrong for that. And just like those who oppose the liberalization of telecoms, he's finding himself on the absolute wrong side of history. Mr. Speaker, this bill does not just protect the consumer, it elevates them. It transforms the everyday St. Lucian from a mere consumer of power into a producer of power. Under the old system, generating our own energy was a maze of red tape. But this new electricity bill brings in a clear legal framework for self-generation, which Minister for Energy elaborated on. It formalizes systems like net billing and buy all and sell all. Let me break that down for the common man, Mr. Speaker. It means that if you put solar panels on your roof, you are not just powering your own fridge and your own television. When you generate more power than you use, you can sell that electricity back to the grid. Your roof is no longer just keeping the rain out or harvesting rain. It is another investment. It is putting money into your pocket. Mr. Speaker, bon Dieu ban nous soleil là. Bon Dieu ban nous soleil là. Et aujourd'hui à gouvernement il ka ba ou en chance pour vous même ça fait l'argent à ce soleil là. Pour ça met l'argent en poche. Bon Dieu ban nous soleil là pour rien. Et puis ban nous en chance. Pep choisir Saltibus pour vous ça service ça et puis mettez l'argent en poche. Et puis ça est important. Et puis c'est ça législation ça là qu'a regardé pour faire. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear on definitions. This bill also introduces the framework for independent power producers, or IPPs. An independent power producer is an entity that generates electricity and can enter into a formal agreement with Lucia to purchase that electricity. Let us clarify this. An IPP is not the homeowner who installs a system for the benefit of the house and sells the excess to Lucia. These are what we call the self-generators, those persons who are at home and want to sell the excess back into the grid. But what we are talking about here is a commercial entity that generates electricity specifically for the purpose of selling it to Lucia. So again, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the member from Mikud South yesterday prematurely attempting to start a debate on this bill, citing that the current environment is not conducive to private investment, I had to ask myself whether he had taken any time to at all actually read the bill. I realized that he tried to familiarize himself with the bill this morning. But a lot more is required. We are expanding our renewable energy footprint, but we are ensuring our national grid remains stable, secure, and ready for the future. We are doing so responsibly, and just yesterday we spoke about the RIF. And the RIF project development objective is to increase the share of utility-scale renewable energy generation and private sector participation in renewable energy development in St. Lucia. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, though the Minister of Energy has identified most of the stakeholders who contributed to this, it would be remiss of me if I did not recognize the great men within the Division of Energy and Public Utilities, Ministry of Public Utilities, that have really taken a passion to this. And I mean, people within the Energy Department and the Ministry of Public Utilities really have this bill at heart, and they've committed a lot of time to it. I have to recognize Mr. Kurt Inglis, Mr. Terence Gillard, Mr. Fabian Louis, Mr. Sherman Francis, and 3 of them are in the gallery with us. And these gentlemen, I know, they're itching themselves because they would like to respond, but unfortunately they're not sitting in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, and the member for Mikud South said that he did not get a consultation. And I could see he did not get a consultation, because had he gotten some consultation, he would have understood this bill a lot better. So I forgive him for that. I understand he needs some more familiarization and understanding of the bill. But I really want to thank all who have been involved. I think this is a momentous time for us. It is my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that this piece of legislation, when passed, will represent one of the most significant pieces of legislation this decade. Like the Telecommunications Act of 2000, this bill will liberalize the energy sector. Once again, it is a Labour Party government to the rescue. It was then under the formidable Dr. Kennedy Anthony, and this time under the leadership of a man of the people, the member for Castries East and Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre. And why do I say this is the most significant legislation of the decade, Mr. Speaker? Because this bill transitions our energy sector from a single provider model into a modern, dynamic, and open market. As our economy grows, Mr. Speaker, our regulatory framework must grow with it. And let me say this clearly to those who might be apprehensive about change. And you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we don't understand how people react to change, because some people, what change did to them in 2016, they still have a very, not 2016, Mr. Speaker, sorry, in 2021. In 2021, they still have a difficulty coping with change. But Mr. Speaker, Lucia is a strong, capable institution. I spent 25 years working there. I know the quality of men and women who run it. They will not just survive this transition, they will adapt and they will thrive. Because ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this bill is for the good of all. We are introducing clear, transparent rules for competition. This bill ensures that as new players and investors enter the market, there are strict, modern guidelines for mergers, acquisitions, and fair market practices. And most importantly, it provides a clear legal mandate for seamless interconnection to the national grid. Again, Mr. Speaker, I may refer to the Telecommunications Act of 2000. What this legislation did is that it enabled new providers to use the existing infrastructure. Imagine if Flow had a pole there, Carib Cable had one there, and Digicel had another one there. That would be chaos. And that is why I would have loved for the member for Mikud South to have stayed. Probably to put into better context what a network licensee represents to him. Because, you see, Mr. Speaker, we are 238 square miles. We have poles 180 feet apart, even less, all over the length and breadth of St. Lucia. I don't know who would look at a model to bring in another producer or someone who has interest in power to come and put poles next to the existing ones we have to run a distribution system. So when you talk about a network licensee, you're talking about the people who own this grid, this part of the grid, the distribution system, the poles, the lines, all what you see every day where you get connected from. There is so much congestion already. Some people are doing underground developments because they don't want to see it. So the network licensee we speak about is the owner of the infrastructure you see there. The infrastructure that carries the lines from the generation source to your homes and to the businesses and to the hospitals and the schools and etc. But at the same time, the network licensee is a private company. So if it wants to change the ownership and give the ownership tomorrow to some other person, you can't prevent them from doing that. But obviously they have a responsibility to the state. So the model that this bill is following is one where your generation is the key aspect that you're looking into, not into going and put new poles and lines around St. Lucia. I mean, who would ever think of that? So your network licensee is the operator of that infrastructure, the owner of that infrastructure that takes the electricity from the generation source, brings it around the length and breadth of St. Lucia, and then gets it to your home. So I wanted to clarify that for the member for Mikud South who's not here. So once certain requirements are met, this legislation will enable power producers to share the existing infrastructure, thereby enabling faster deployment and as well as protecting the environment and reducing visual clutter. And that's what I would love for the member to understand. We are taking the guesswork out of the process, Mr. Speaker. We are ensuring fair, regulated access for self-generators and IPPs, while allowing the existing utility to continue its vital work in a modernized and cooperative environment. The solution cannot be that we ask the utility to pull out all of the infrastructure it has there because a new network licensee is coming in with a business name, and then go plant new poles, go run new lines, do all of that. Or can I use your poles to run new lines because I have a different source of power? That cannot be a viable model. That will be more cost for the people of St. Lucia. So you allow the utility to use the distribution network, and then your IPP comes in, your IPP gets into an agreement that is regulated, and then you distribute the power. Doesn't have to be one IPP, several. So you need to understand this bill for you to make the statements, in a more responsible manner than the member for Mikud South did. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as a man of the trade, I must commend the modernization of the electrical licensing authority. Electricity brings light, but it's also dangerous. This bill enforces rigorous inspection protocols. It ensures that the men like, and I want to mention from Chouzelle, men like Popeye, Alvin Jean-Baptiste, John Daniel, Dave, Vibert Smith, Ambert, Ply, all of these guys, the men and women wiring our homes, our hotels, and our businesses are tested, licensed, and held to the highest modern codes of practice. We are protecting property and we are protecting lives, and that is the exact thing I was trying to tell the member from Mikud South. Even if you are self-producing, self-generating, you have a family at home, how is it that we know that you are competent in what you're doing? Because you have a wind turbine, that's an example, on your house, but you have children at home. And that wind turbine starts malfunctioning, and it's not regulating proper, your system is not right, and instead of getting DC power where you're supposed to get it, you're getting AC power, and the child gets into contact with that. What happens now? Is the state allowed to leave you on your own and abandon you and allow a child to become a victim of your incompetence? The state has a responsibility to all citizens and all life, and this is what the legislation does. It ensures that people who want to operate in whatever context are competent people, and there is a regulation system that ensures that you are vetted, you are licensed, you are certified. So I just want to implore anyone who's trying to do self-generation to understand that the bill is not trying to prevent you from doing that. The bill is saying that whatever you're going to do, electricity is dangerous. Electricity is not like water. When something goes wrong, you see water shooting out of a pipe. Electricity can find pathways to you that can kill you and your loved ones. So we are simply saying that you need to follow the right guidelines to ensure you get certified once you go into generation or any form of engagement with electricity. Mr. Speaker, this bill opens the market. It embraces the future. It empowers the people. As the minister responsible for the customer experience, I say the future of our utilities is bright. And Mr. Speaker, today I am proud to be on the right side of history. Mr. Speaker, I commend my colleague, the Minister for Infrastructure and Energy, the Attorney General, the Prime Minister, and the entire government of St. Lucia for having the foresight to champion such a progressive and necessary piece of legislation to modernize our energy sector. Mr. Speaker, I give this bill my full and unbridled support. Yes, Senior Minister as well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members for their contributions on the bill before us, and I want to thank in particular the member for Choiseul, who in his presentation was able to put to rest some of the issues that were raised by the leader of the opposition in particular. Mr. Speaker, I would have indicated when I presented the bill this morning that this is work in progress, and there are some sections of the bill on which we are still receiving public feedback, and it may become necessary moving forward to revisit some sections with a view to refining the bill and making it a lot more palatable to every sector of society. But the point that the member for Choiseul made that I believe is very apt and very timely, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot leave people to their own devices because they are generating electricity at home. And he made the point very eloquently. Whether you are operating as a business entity or as an individual, the state has a responsibility to ensure that things are done in conformity with established standards, guidelines, and protocol. So when the leader of the opposition tried to make it seem as if it was an imposition of the state on an individual's space when they were attempting to generate their own electricity, I think, Mr. Speaker, he misinterpreted what was trying to be communicated in the bill, and I'm very happy that the member of Choiseul was able to put that matter to rest. The leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, sometimes gives the impression that he has not been around for as long as he has been. One of the things he said whilst he was on his feet was that he did not understand what was meant by national security. In other words, he wanted a definition for national security. And this is a man who held a national security portfolio for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, as Prime Minister and Minister for National Security. But today he comes into the chamber.
Just a correction, he was not. There was a separate national security minister, just for the record.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. He may not have been the Minister for National Security. But my understanding is that when you are Prime Minister, and I remember the former member for Beaufort South telling us that when you have the Prime before your name, in essence, you may not have direct responsibility for the day-to-day functions of the agency, but you have ultimate responsibility for the portfolio. But Mr. Speaker, whether he was the Minister for National Security or not, when a former Prime Minister can come into the Parliament and ask for the definition of national security to get a point across, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the member was being political and he was not being objective. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, we have in the chamber the technical team from the Department of Energy and also staff from the Attorney General's chambers, and whatever utterances that were made here, I can assure you will be given consideration as we look at the bill again. I'm almost certain, Mr. Speaker, that the time will come when the electricity bill will be before the Parliament again for further refinement and for us to make adjustments and amendments to make the legislation more robust and to ensure that the intended purposes are realized for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I commend the legislation to this House.
Thank you, member. You are aware that when we get to committee stage, you are always free to consult with your technical staff. Honourable members, the question is that the electricity bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the regulation of electricity services and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Application, non-application, and conflict of laws.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1, clauses 4 to 93.
Regulation of electricity service.
Part 1, clauses 4 to 93 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2, clauses 94 to 164.
Electrical licensing and installations.
Part 2, clauses 94 to 164 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3, clauses 165 to 169.
Miscellaneous.
Part 3, clauses 165 to 169 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the electricity bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee report be adopted, the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the electricity bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Electricity Act 2026. This Act shall come into force on a date to be fixed by the Minister by order published in the Gazette.
Minister for Consumer Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48 to be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Consumer Affairs to allow the bill to go through all of its stages at this sitting. And now for the question, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment.
I can't find this bill. If she has an extra copy to give me.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is a very short one. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the amendment is to align the Distribution and Price of Goods Act to the current ministerial portfolios. Mr. Speaker, at present, in the Act, the definition for minister is Minister for Commerce. And as has happened after the last election, the responsibility of the Minister for Commerce has changed. The Consumer Affairs Department is now no longer with the Ministry of Commerce. So the amendment before us is to replace the definition of minister to include the minister responsible for consumer affairs. So I urge members to consider this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the Distribution of Price of Goods Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no.
An Act to amend the Distribution and Price of Goods Act, Cap 13.09.
Yeah, it's a good thing I have my sneakers. Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Distribution of Price of Goods Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the distribution of price of goods amendment bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Distribution and Price of Goods Amendment Act 2026.
Considering all the problems he gave me today, I'm not sure what title to refer to him as, but I guess I have to stick with the Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment.
Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I commence, just permit me a minute just to extend condolences to the community, the village of Miku. We lost a very prominent figure, a man who was very popular during the election, Williamson Butcher, better known as Jokolo. Yesterday he passed away, so I just want to extend condolences to his family. And I also, Mr. Speaker, want to send greetings to the youngest viewer, Mr. Tai from La Pointe Monrepo. He disturbs his mother and grandmother every time myself or the Prime Minister comes on the screen. So I want to say, I know that he's watching this afternoon. He may not be able to respond adequately, but he will be excited hearing his name in the Parliament. And also to my good friend, General Bix, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I want to say happy belated birthday to General Bix, Owen Charles of Miku. A good friend, a friend in whom I'm well pleased, and I look forward to his next song for the next election whenever the Prime Minister decides to call it, because we know he always is one we refer to as the lyrical god. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us, the amendment before this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, is a simple amendment, and the bill for consideration is the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill, and the purpose is to amend the Citizenship of St. Lucia Act Chapter 1.04, and it's a slight amendment to Chapter 8, Mr. Speaker, to number 8, Section 8 of the Act, to remove the requirement from an alien to renounce the citizenship of any other country before being granted a certificate of naturalization under that section. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, what the amendment does, as we speak now, someone who applies for citizenship applies for naturalization, because sometimes we use the word interchangeably, through length of stay, and who is not a Commonwealth member, who is not from a Commonwealth country, there's a requirement that that person has to renounce their citizenship and give up their passport. What this amendment does, it allows now for that person to be able to apply for their naturalization. So someone from Martinique, Germany, Austria, some of these places, Mr. Speaker, when these individuals come here and they apply for citizenship, there's a requirement that before they actually get the citizenship, that they renounce their citizenship from their parent country before we give them the citizenship. What this does is saying that this person no longer has to renounce their citizenship. And what would happen now is simply they would have to take an oath of allegiance, and they would be allowed to keep both their citizenship. So it allows for individuals to now, who are not from the Commonwealth, to now have dual citizenship, given that their parent country allows them to do so, because you still have instances where, I think in Austria is a good example where and I think we have a situation where we have a St. Lucian lady, born St. Lucian. She got married to a gentleman from Austria. They have a child together. She had to give up her citizenship. She had to renounce her St. Lucian citizenship to be able to get the Austrian citizenship. Her husband, who married her, is now Austrian and St. Lucian. She's no longer St. Lucian. There you see the technicality. And when she comes to St. Lucia with her husband, she needs to go to immigration every now and then to pay for the extension to be able to live in her own country. Mr. Speaker, that would apply for other individuals if someone comes to St. Lucia and they have to renounce their citizenship. If they go back to their parent country, they may be faced with a similar situation. So what this amendment seeks to do is to change that and to allow persons to be able to comfortably, where their parent countries allow them to be able to comfortably have dual citizenship. So you don't have that situation, as I would have mentioned earlier, where you have a St. Lucian coming to St. Lucia and applying to immigration department for extension of time to be able to live in this country. So although, Mr. Speaker, the amendments seem very small, it is very powerful and very impactful in what it is intending to do. And what it also does, it allows for persons who have the intention to stay here for a long time, Mr. Speaker. We have Cubans, we have other individuals. They may not necessarily have to renounce their citizenship, and it would allow them to, it makes St. Lucia a more attractive destination as well, given that you can now have your dual citizenship despite not being from a Commonwealth country. So I want to just urge members, again, it's a simple amendment, but it's very impactful, very powerful in the intention of what it aims to do. So I want to encourage members to support the amendment before us this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Citizenship of St. Lucia Act, Chapter 1.04.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 8.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill went through committee without amendment. Home Affairs Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Citizenship of St. Lucia Amendment Act 2026.
Minister for Physical Development.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly titled Crown Lands Amendment.
Crown Lands Amendment.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Physical Development to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. And the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Crown Lands Amendment. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the Crown Lands Amendment Bill for the consideration of this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, this bill, though simple in its drafting, carries major profound implications for the people of St. Lucia. The objective of this amendment is straightforward. It is to ensure that the business of the state, and more importantly, the business of the people, never stops. Mr. Speaker, in governance, as in any large organization, we must always guard against key personal risk. We must build systems that are resilient. Let us look at the office of the Commissioner of Crown Lands. This is an incredibly important office. This office is responsible for managing, surveying, and regularizing all state-owned properties across this island. During the budget debate, I spoke about our massive land rationalization project. Our policy is to grant legal ownership to citizens who have lived on Crown lands for decades. We are talking about processing thousands of land titles. We are turning dead capital into real wealth for our people. Through the ownership of property, a family can now afford to take a mortgage to build a proper home. They can use that title to secure a loan to send the child to university. They can start a small business. But Mr. Speaker, the heavy machinery of that process cannot rest on the shoulders of just one person. Leadership at the top can be very lonely, and the heavy workload requires strong hands to share that burden. As we say in Creole, Mr. Speaker, yon lame kalave lot. In other words, one hand washes the other. Meaning, when we help each other, we accomplish so much more. Under the previous act, the power was completely centralized. If the Commissioner of Crown Lands fell ill, God forbid, if the Commissioner of Crown Lands went on vacation, or if, God forbid again, the Commissioner became temporarily vacant, the office became temporarily vacant, the system bottlenecked. The business of the people ground to a halt. And I know colleagues know what I'm speaking about. Mr. Speaker, a citizen in Choiseul Saltibus who has waited 30 years for a land title should not have to wait another 3 months just because a single public officer is on leave or unwell. That is not delivery. That is not the free division I envisage for the people of Choiseul Saltibus. And so we bring this amendment today to mitigate that risk. This bill is about business continuity, in essence. Through this amendment, Mr. Speaker, we are introducing the necessary legislative provisions to establish the offices of a Deputy Commissioner of Crown Lands, an Assistant Commissioner, and other essential technical personnel. We are creating the legal framework that allows the Public Service Commission to officially appoint these vital roles once they are funded. By inserting these new sections into the Act, we are giving the Commissioner the legal authority to delegate functions. We are ensuring that in the absence or incapacity of the Commissioner, the Deputy has the full statutory power to step up, sign the documents, approve the surveys, and keep the engine room running. A Deputy essential. As the famous song goes, Mr. Speaker, you may have heard a Deputy essential. Some of you may know that song. Are you familiar with that song, Mr. Speaker? Well, where I stand, Mr. Speaker, delivery is essential. But you cannot deliver efficient services to the public, Mr. Speaker, if your administrative structure is trapped in the past. This bill removes the bottlenecks. It shares the workload, it modernizes our land management system. It ensures that when the people of St. Lucia interact with the Ministry of Physical Development, they receive prompt, continuous, and efficient service. It is a simple amendment, Mr. Speaker, but it is a vital step in building a resilient government. Mr. Speaker, as simple as this amendment is, I need to thank the management of the Ministry of Physical Development, the PS, Deputy PS, especially our legal counsel, who has really worked hard to ensure that our procedures, our guidelines are up to date. We are very efficient in what we do. And I also want to thank the Attorney General's office for assisting us on this. And whilst it may be very simplistic, but it's a very powerful amendment that is going to serve St. Lucia very well. Mr. Speaker, I proudly commend this bill to this Honorable House, and I ask all members to join me in giving it their full support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Honorable members, the question is that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Crown Lands Act, Chapter 5.02.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 3.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 4.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Insertion of new sections for A, for B, for C, for D, and for E.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Physical Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Crown Lands Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Crown Lands Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. I beg that this House stands adjourned sine die.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. And now for the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All right.
Sine die ça c'est, nous venons au bout du deuxième jour, ça c'est session parlement aujourd'hui. Ça normalement session qui a duré un jour, mais la tenue était tellement compliqué. La tenue autant bagaille pour discuter, alors ils ont décidé pour faire en 2 jours. Nous pouvons échanger hier la tenue presque 10 motions pour tout passer avec la tenue. Ça nous discuter aujourd'hui. C'est plutôt c'est bill, ça c'est amendement pour loi pays avec nous aujourd'hui en particulier. Ça nous a dit nous commencer. Il commençait à une manière qui est intéressante puisque malgré qu'il commençait en tard, mais il a tenu 8 personnes qui étaient présents, mais là même après le speaker a commencé à échanger avec eux, chef face à l'opposition, honorable Honorable Chasney, excusez-moi pour ça, le membre parlement pour Soudmikou, il a le dos là même, et ça veut dire, il mettait quand il consiste en situation côté il pas ça continuer puisqu'il loi a dit la Niponie certains limo pour enfin limo membre parlement pour ça continuer avec ça c'était cette speaker demandé pour yo anti moment J4 l'autre monde arrivé avec c'est ça qui fait les autres c'est même parlement arrivé il pas de rejet puisque en minute peut-être moins les yo entré avec tout bagage aller normal mais en discussion premier ça nous discussion aujourd'hui c'était ça nous a dit c'était c'est premier ministre là en motion pour ça il va appeler income tax amendment ça c'est anti changement pour tirer punition pour les gens qui doivent gouvernement en charge taxe. Bon là, ça va supposer une punition pour ça, mais le gouvernement a dit ok, il va tirer ces punitions, mais il encourager les gens toujours pour payer. En particulier, le Premier ministre qui présentait la loi Salah, il dit en particulier loi, c'est pour 3 mois. Particulièrement compagnie 3 mois, vos compagnies, puisqu'il y a pour faire papier, il y a documents, il y a pour faire, il y a 3 mois pour présenter. Mais la loi ça là, maintenant ça là, il y a plus de temps qu'à mettre pour 5 mois à présent. Je vais continuer.
Okay, yes, Michael, that was the income tax amendment.
Oui.
And that bill, as you were saying, the Prime Minister, he extended the deadline on filing taxes. He was saying there's a situation with auditors and the business people always applied for more time. So he felt it was a way also of helping people and helping the taxpayers so that ultimately the government will be getting what is theirs. He was followed by Honorable Ernest Hilaire, who presented on the regulated substances amendment, and what that bill sought to do, the key provisions or some of the provisions included just a quicker, more efficient way to collect revenue. Another aspect of the amendment was on giving responses by the media for financial accountability. Interestingly, the leader of the opposition, he supported that bill. He supported the bill, but he was questioning some of the details of that bill. Another interesting bill that was passed this morning was presented by Honorable Sean Edward, the MP for Dennery South, and it was the electricity bill. There was a lot of discussion, there was a lot of contribution on that, towards that bill, and basically the intent of that bill was basically to just reduce the government's reliance on fossil fuel. The government seeks to explore more sources of renewable energy and to make the country, as he explained, less dependent. And of course, he used what's happening currently with the electricity bills and how it is that as a small country that imports fuel, we are subject to all the shocks, all the external shocks, the increases. And he was explaining, gave the perfect example of what is happening now with our electricity bills. But he said it was, this bill had many components, one of which was to eventually have independent producers of energy, where individuals would be able to sell, their additional electricity or energy back to Lucia and whatever. And he said, although that wouldn't happen immediately, but it was forward thinking, and they hope to see this down the line. Also, he was saying what they could expect from the implementation of this bill is also for a reduction in people's electricity bill. And he said, though that wouldn't happen necessarily, right away, but this is an expectation when this bill is implemented.
Oui, avec des increases à ce bill-là, c'est qu'on dit, ça c'était un gros morceau de loi qui en fait, là, il y a une loi concernant l'électricité, ça c'est courant électrique. Mais ça gouvernement fait en constitution, c'est pour bailler consommer plus pouvoir avec plus pour dépendre plus moins à ce l'huile qui a sorti l'autre pays, puisqu'à présent qu'on nous a toujours tenté là ça dépasse énergie, ça y a énergie qui durable, qu'on soleil, qu'on vent, qu'on sur toutes ces bagages comme ça fait un énergie avec même la caillou dépôner ça veut dire sur le panel pas soleil ça amasser chaleur soleil là et ça fait énergie et même ça fait courant la caillou ça c'est un morceau de loi qui bien intéressant en Saint-Lucie et qui ça dit en anglais progressive. So à part de ça aussi nous avons un autre morceau de loi qui est passé par même parlement pour Mikou, notre Mikou, ça c'est honorable Jeremiah Norbert qui parlait tout morceau de loi ça est petit mais il y a une significance qu'on dit pour bien monde particulièrement Saint-Lucien qui a resté l'autre pays en chance pour l'idée de ça regarde des citizenship de ça resté donner droit pour rester en des pays parce qu'avant ça il dit les gens qui fait application pour citizenship en Saint-Lucie il dit pour la Dieu ça il tenu avant mais à présent le gouvernement a croisé là ça qui c'est pour Saint-Lucien et bien l'autre monde qui a resté Saint-Lucien alors il a tiré Saint-Lucien et dernièrement nous ça c'est un autre morceau de loi qui passait aujourd'hui dernier morceau de loi c'était citizenship là c'était même parlement pour choisir Saltibis qui passait un autre morceau à ce gouvernement ça veut dire que Crownlands avec loi ça là c'est plutôt pour bailler département qui est responsable pour plus pouvoir pour faire bagaille il semble que tout bagaille qui dépasse yon monde ça c'est mon qui chef là qui dit après dit si moun ça la malade ben bail fait il catchen tout bagaille derrière alors il baille loi c'était pour bailler département plus force à pointer un député un assistant et l'autre monde pour faire travail la marché tout simplement.
Yes, and he showed the importance of that piece of legislation when he cited the example of a family that had stayed on Crown land, say, for 30 years, and to receive the land ownership title, they would probably have to wait another 6 months just because of insufficient staff and basically just inefficiency because of lack of staff in the departments. And he was saying this amendment would give legal authority for the commissioner to appoint other employees like a deputy and create new positions for the efficient running of the department. So all in all, this is how the day went. As we said, we went into day 2 because the order paper was so heavy yesterday, and we're coming to somewhat of an early start considering last night we went close to 10 o'clock, Michael.
Oui, presque 10 heures. Mais moi, oublié de dire, c'est un dit bonjour, et bien, c'est mon qui a suivi nous à ce 97.3 FM, c'est mon qui a écouté nous à ce Saint-Lucia FM, parce qu'à présent, nous, à ce radio, nous attendons exactement cette capacité avec nos station, c'est au Canton, il y a ce station télévision NTN et puis station radio 97.3 FM. Ok, so nous allons dire merci un peu. Nous passons, nous allons ici, nous passons exactement ça qui joue. Normalement c'est les jeudis, mais nous allons faire ça exactement ici. Nous allons ici à demain pour session Sénat là. Mais en Virgin, nous allons dire merci un peu avec un ancien technicien, tout ce travail GIS NTN, nous allons dire merci un peu pour SCP. Nous allons indiquer à ce bien indiquer à ce ça qui passe en cahier concert et que nous allons inviter pour SCP pour tout l'instant programme nous à ce NTN avec Saint-Lucia FM. Nous allons dire Dédé, nous allons dire en l'autre.